Oh, that's right, I already died. Let's... Hold on. How do I... Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, why are you here, Pewter?
Am I not allowed to be here?
No, I didn't mean it like that.
I was here first. I was just talking to the boss about Renju's murder.
Okay. What are your thoughts on the culprit, buddy? Oh,
Renju
jeez.
had his left eyeball removed.
We sure need that to be front and center.
Right. Shoko too.
So perhaps, Mr. Date, you are the killer. You're missing your left eye, so you steal them from others.
Why? I don't think that's how
I'm
anything
kidding.
works.
Only a joke.
I'm too tired for your jokes right now, Pewter.
Fair.
Actually, you lost your eye 6 years ago, correct?
Yes,
Is he
but
gonna
I don't
connect
remember
this to that
anything from
serial
back then.
killer? Boss
I
would
lost
tell us
my
about?
eye and my memories.
I was transplanted into your empty eye socket a year later. We have been together for more than 5 years.
Also, I kind of love that Pewter's allowed to wear this at work, apparently. A bold choice.
2 murders, one right after the other.
Oh, now you're
How could I not be?
Okay, well, I guess that's it for Pewter. Let's go talk to the boss. Okay, so about Renju.
You were the first on the scene, so you know this better than anyone, but Renju was murdered.
You don't say.
No way this was a suicide. And the fact that his left eye was removed tells me that this was the same killer as Shoko.
The serial killer.
The new Cyclops killer.
What?
That's the nickname that's been spreading around headquarters.
New?
Yes, several years ago.
Pewter.
So we're just gonna keep
There
secrets
is
from
no
me
point
about
in
the
hiding it
Cyclops
from
killer.
him. He would find out on his own eventually. It's all over the news. These murders have gone viral, so to speak. The killings from 6 years ago have continued. The Cyclops killer is back.
Oh,
6
hello,
years
did you-
ago. Is that what you were talking about, boss?
Fine. I suppose you deserve to know.
Actually, hold on. Okay. Before we move on, my prediction is going to be that we were like, we barely survived an attack by the Cyclops killer, and so that's why we're missing our eye. We had gouged it, but we survived. Okay, so about the incident 6 years ago.
We have a name for it down at HQ. The original Cyclops serial killings.
Yeah, I picked up on that.
To distinguish it from this new one. It was 6 years ago in October. 4 bodies were found in the mountains of Akikawa Valley.
Okay, well, probably not me.
But the
then.
decomposition of the corpses were all at different stages. They were each killed sometime during May to September of that year.
But they did have 2 things in common. They were all young women. And
Each corpse was missing their right eyeball, pulled out posthumously.
These were pulled out while they were alive, though. Or at least that was the case for the woman who died, right?
a few days after the corpses were discovered, the killer sent a statement to the press. I killed them, and they are now my dear companions. Something like that.
He signed the statement under the name Cyclops. Hence the name, the Cyclops Killer.
Yeah, originally
The
the left eyeball
Cyclops
was
is
the
a
one that was
mythological
removed.
race of one-eyed giants.
I'm so glad that we have
According
that
to Greek
context,
myth,
Iba.
they are the children of Uranus, god of the sky, and Gaia, goddess of earth. Cyclopes were known for their outstanding strength and smithing ability.
Wait, is Cyclops the plural of Cyclops? I don't know, I never thought of that.
So the letter to the press wasn't a fake? It was the real killer?
Yes, it had to be.
A picture of one of the victims right after she was killed was sent along with the letter.
Yeah, okay, so all of the eyeballs that were removed in the past were right eyeballs, and they were removed after the death. But these ones so far have been left eyes removed while they were still alive, or at least that was the case with Mizuki. Not Mizuki. Mizuki's mom. So was the Cyclops captured?
No, in 6 years we never got a single trace.
So maybe Cyclops is responsible for these murders as well.
No, that's impossible.
Why?
For one, the original Cyclops killer only killed women. Renju doesn't fit that profile.
It's been
Second,
6 years.
all of the
People grow,
victims had
people
their right
change.
eyes removed. But Shoko and Renju,
We're missing their left eye.
The timing of the
I don't
eye
know that this has to
removal
be
is also
full screen.
inconsistent. The original Cyclops killer removed the eyes after the victims were killed,
Oh, hey, they're actually gonna take note of that.
but Shoko and Renju were both still alive.
Why do they look so...
But even so, you can't say for sure this isn't our guy. Maybe they're just doing things a little differently now.
Oh, yeah. That happened, like, right at the very end of the last stream. We took Mizuki to go pick up Renju, or to go find Renju, I think, because we hadn't been able to get in contact with him, and we walked into the business he owned, and he was fucking strung up there with a hook through his mouth and an eyeball missing. So it was, really got a feel for Mizuki. She has been going fucking through it.
Or do you have another reason?
I'm sorry, Date, I can't say anymore.
Bullshit, you can't.
It's a national secret.
And
How can it be a national secret?
Date, please, forget about it. I told you already you don't need to know anything about that case to investigate this one. The criminal for this case and the case 6 years ago are not the same.
Iba, bring up all investigation records of the original Cyclops serial killings.
it's gonna turn out that it was Date, wasn't it, in the past? Like, that's why they're all so confident. They captured Date, he was the killer, wiped his mind, and then made him into a cop.
I already had a look through the database while you were talking. Unfortunately, I found no relevant information.
Yeah, like, the information from the past cases is still relevant because it might tell us something about the future ones, even if it's just a copycat.
I
Like,
also did not
you would wanna
discover
know what they're
anything
trying
of
to
note
copy.
on the internet. Only amateur theories. All lacking credibility and evidence.
Damn it.
Okay, what happened to Mizuki?
She's sleeping at the hospital. They're going to give her counseling after she wakes up.
I see.
Her mother and her father. I hope she'll be okay.
Hmm. How about you, getting any sleep?
Of course not. I've still got a mountain of work piled up, answering to the higher-ups, the press. I'm just taking a little breather. That's all we have for now.
All right.
Special Agent Date, we need you to continue your work.
Right. I think I'll head back to where Renju was found, Sunfish Pocket.
I just
Date, you're
like this whole
exhausted.
outfit. It is so nice.
Why don't you get some sleep before you continue your investigation?
I'm fine.
Also,
Let's
frankly,
go, Iba.
remarkably revealing for
Understood.
basically a male IT professional in a video game. Anyways, Sunfish Pocket, let's go. Yeah, it is interesting it matches the missing eye, but I'm kind of wondering... I'm wondering what the overlap with that is going to end up being. I mean, I guess... Presumably a killer named the Cyclops Killer
Date.
is someone who
your
was already
vehicle
missing
is
an eye,
accelerating 2%
right?
slower than usual.
Oh,
Did
is
you
my
put
car
anything
fucked?
in the trunk?
No?
What about the back seat?
Wait, did we... Is she
Back
not supposed to
seat.
be back there? Because I saw her in that. I assumed we were just giving her a ride.
Mizuki!
Hey, watch out! Eyes forward, stupid!
I like Mizuki. Okay. How did you even get in here?
It wasn't locked, I just opened the door. I've been here for like 10 minutes. Why don't your doors have auto locks? I know you like old cars, but you gotta lock the doors.
You should be a little more apologetic for someone who just got caught breaking into my car.
Mizuki does raise a valid point.
That doesn't excuse her
If you
breaking
are
into the
not more
car.
serious about security, you should consider replacing the car altogether.
You two?
I feel like I'm gonna get attacked because I don't lock my doors.
I ditched the hospital. They're probably freaking out over there right now.
I'm taking you back.
No, don't! Nothing will change if I stay at the hospital all day. You're going to investigate, right? Take me with you, I can help!
How is a little runt like you gonna be any help?
I'm Renju's daughter. Maybe I'll notice something you don't. Something only his daughter would know.
I don't know.
My daddy was killed. I can't just stay at the hospital.
Fine. But don't say I never did anything for you.
You're going to take me along?
Just promise not to interfere with the investigation.
Got it.
Okay. Do you want to catch the suspect? I'm assuming that's a
No,
yes.
it's more like
Oh,
I don't
never
like sitting still and moping all day. I've grown out of my brooding, pretentious teenager phase.
Odd thing for a preteen to say.
Are you not aware of Mizuki's mental prowess? She is far more developed than her classmates. She is even reading psychology papers by Alfred Adler.
Oh no, please don't
Sounds
give me a
pretentious to
lecture.
me.
About Renju.
Hey, about Renju. Do you have anything to tell me? Anything at all that might help?
Well, it's not about Daddy, but I heard from Daddy that Mom had a secret.
Shoko had a secret?
What is Shoko's secret?
Did you know that Mom was the representative of an investment company?
Yeah, I did.
That whole company was a big scam.
A scam?
Oh.
Well, I don't know the details. They start up a company to get people to invest in it, then shut it down on purpose and keep the money. She got really rich
Yeah.
like that.
We're really just
Shoko
like
did this?
picking at scabs
Yep.
with her. I don't even know if we can
By
call them
herself?
scabs. They haven't had time to scab
No,
over.
dummy. Of course it was with other people. I saw gangsters there sometimes. If she ever got into trouble, she had them take care of it.
I am scanning all known crime databases,
Dylan.
but I cannot find any reports referencing this. They must have been extraordinarily careful.
Or it's not true. Okay, how are you doing?
Well, I can still talk this time. Maybe I'm just getting used to it.
Mizuki's psychological wounds have been healed by the sink.
I'm glad you're okay.
I'm not okay.
Oh, okay. I
So,
guess
you
not.
want to go back to the hospital? I'd be more than happy to drop you off.
That's not what I meant. Why are you always so pushy, Date?
I'm not pushy, I'm just worried.
You've got a weird way of showing it. Doesn't look like you're worried. You're just weird.
You've always got something smart to say, huh? You're just like Renju.
Date,
That's a bit of a low fucking blow.
What about Daddy?
Nothing.
You have no tact, do you? This is why you're single and always will be.
That's where you're wrong, kiddo. I look like a single father when you're around. Chicks love it.
Yeah, chicks love to see creepy old men hanging out with a 6th grader.
Fucking get his ass, Mizuki. Holy
What are you
shit.
implying?
Ooh, did I make you mad? Now I'm stuck in a car with an angry old creepy pervert.
I am not an old creepy pervert. And even if you were my age, you're not my
Date,
type.
that is not a defense.
Ew, I don't want to know about your type.
Hey, you started it.
Stupid old man.
She's 11.
Punk ass kid.
God. Kind of forgot how much I enjoy the characters already. Like, Date sucks because he's kind of the worst, but also I think it makes the game fun that you get to have a protagonist who's just like kind of a shitbag instead of like what it feels like a lot of the Spike Chunsoft games have been, which is just like a naive idiot who's kind of annoying because he doesn't understand anything. Anyways, Mizuki and I walked back into
Detective
Sunfish Pocket.
Date. Good to see you, sir. And this is...
Have you looked through the case file yet?
Oh, I am so sorry. She's the victim's...
Yes. Please let us through.
Is he still up there? No, okay. Thankfully they cut him down. Or cut him down, I guess. They probably took him off a bit more gently than that. Jesus. This is a whole elaborate contraption. Jesus. Beer kegs. Renju's corpse was hung up by 3 wires. The wires were tied to 3 kegs.
each keg has a capacity of 20 liters.
So 60 liters.
All 3 kegs were filled, and approximately 55 pounds each.
Skinny legend. I mean, I don't know how tall he is. What's your name, Inspector?
What?
I was asking for your name.
You're the one we met before. Is
My name
Kagami.
is Kagami. It's Kagami! Kagami?
I want to see how long it'll let me do this for this time.
I told you it's Kagami! I told you my name like 5 times!
Oh, I'm so sorry, Kato. What's your name? I, of course, remembered his name. Okay. Any leads?
No, we didn't find anything today.
Are you getting enough rest?
No, not these past few days.
I thought so. Once this is over, get some rest, alright?
You too, Detective Date.
Another inspector. I hope we find some clues. Okay. Evidence markers. An evidence marker. It's a little marker that's put up to track evidence at the scene. Okay, so there's nothing really with the beer kegs. 3 on the floor, each can hold 20 liters and weigh 55 pounds when filled with water. Okay, the menu. The store's
Dragon's Palace Pasta. 1,800 yen. 1,800?
Isn't that pretty average?
This is average?
I don't understand currency well, or this currency well enough for that. The store's menu. Okay. Sign. The store's signboard says Sunfish Pocket. I want to look around here before I... The pictures. There are pictures of girls on display. Probably the girls that are working here.
What are you staring at? Creeper.
I agree.
God. The tables. A table. I can't find any clues on it. It's like 18. That's not that much for like a meal. Like the pho place that I go to pretty regularly, that's what that costs. About
Iba,
15
did you get
bucks.
anything from the surveillance camera?
That's in fucking rural Alberta.
Unfortunately, no. All of the recordings from local surveillance equipment have been erased.
What about backups?
There are none. Nothing was uploaded to the cloud either.
I mean, that would presumably mean that it's at least someone who's a little bit more connected to it. It's a light that looks like a jellyfish. Probably not a clue. A window. This place is up on the 2nd floor. There's nothing out the window. Okay. Let's see. What else could be here? Oh, the barrel. A barrel made of wood. Nothing special about it. The anchor. A big anchor. Thank you for that insight. Why not use the oil drums? This oil drum must be some kind of interior
The
decor.
capacity of this oil drum is 200 liters. It weighs approximately 44 pounds when empty.
Let me check inside.
When empty.
What?
There's something inside.
It's a watch? I stepped up to the drum.
This is the oil drum.
This is the kind of oil drum that has a lid, right?
Correct.
Let's open it. This is...
It's Renju's watch, isn't it? I'm assuming it would be.
This is the wristwatch Renju always wore. No doubt about it. But how did this get here?
A chair.
The corpse was strung up near this counter.
The autopsy report indicates that the contents of the victim's intestines were excreted upon death,
Oh.
but no traces of that have been found in the area nor on the corpse itself. This evidence makes it highly likely that Renju was killed somewhere else.
Bizarre.
It must have been considerably difficult to carry more than 150 pounds.
What do you mean?
Yeah, that was what I was thinking.
Renju weighed approximately 158 pounds.
These things
I can
collectively
estimate a person's
are
weight by
165.
analyzing their bone structure, muscle, and fat.
So yeah, these things outweighed him, but only barely. Whereas these oil drums... X-ray them again, but I don't think there's anything in them. Renju's wristwatch was inside the oil drum. But these were, what was it? It has a 200 liter capacity, weighs 44 pounds empty. So presumably the killer is somebody who wasn't like incredibly strong, because they could have also just hooked these up to the oil drums. They picked the beer kegs. I'm not sure what to make of that, to be honest. Kitchen window. You can see the kitchen back there. Nothing looks suspicious. Lifesaver. The walls are decorated with life preservers. Nothing special about that.
Is that a
trident.
spear?
It more closely resembles a harpoon of sorts. I believe this is a trident.
Oh,
Any
shit.
chance this was used in the murder?
No,
How would it have been used?
there are no traces of blood on the trident, and no indication that Renju was stabbed.
Except through the bottom of the jaw. Anything else? Oh. A trident. Doesn't look like it has anything to do with the case. And another trident. Alright. So... anything else? Cash register. Register near the doorway. Talk to the policeman. What's the status?
Nothing special.
You're so helpful. This club is located on the second floor of the building. We use the elevator to get here.
Iba, can you check the operation records of this elevator?
Searching. Found it. The elevator records are sent automatically to building management. According to the record from yesterday, from 6:30 p.m. until the body was found, this elevator stopped on the second floor only once. At 8:55 p.m. The weight
That
of
would've
the
been
car's
us, wouldn't it?
cargo was approximately 310 pounds.
That wouldn't have been us then. So the elevator only stopped on the second floor once last night, 8:55 p.m. and with about 310 pounds inside. The officer is guarding the doorway. The officer is guarding the doorway. Thank you. Anything else with the surveillance cameras? There's no footage of the incident. I think... oh, the pictures. Pictures of maids on display. Okay. Don't think there's anything else in here to inspect. A doorway to the kitchen.
Iba,
Out of the counter.
can you recall the time we discovered the corpse?
Of course.
Zoom. Oh. Face.
The autopsy report discovered the presence of benzodiazepine. It is a common sedative. The dosage found in the victim's bloodstream was extremely high. It can be assumed that Renju's cognitive functions were heavily impaired before his death.
Interesting. Also, yeah, that is entirely what being an adult is trying to decide what to eat for food forever and ever. Miserable. The sedatives were detected in Renju's body. He was barely conscious before he was killed. And that eye looks pretty fucking wide awake there. The right eye is still there. The left eye has been pulled out.
This case bears similarity to Shoko's. The left eyeball was removed while the victim was still alive.
Can I investigate the hook? Body.
The time of discovery was 10:20 p.m. You of course already know this, but you and Mizuki were the first to discover Renju's corpse. The body was hanged from the ceiling, similar to how
Oh
a
yeah,
fish
the
would
mark on
be.
his neck.
A thick
I
hook
didn't
was
even realize
embedded
that.
in
I
the
thought that
upper
was like a
jaw,
shade or
and the
something.
wires connecting to the hook were strung up on one of the ceiling beams.
Like, this is a really
There was
elaborate way to
also
do
a hook
this.
on the other end of each wire. The 3 beer kegs were attached to these hooks.
Like, this isn't like at least with Shoko, you could kind of be like, you know, obviously they pulled out her eye, obviously they tied her up, but like that wasn't something that would require the most physical effort. Like this would require like at least probably 2 people.
We have found no fingerprints.
Anyways, yeah, okay, the neck. There are deep impressions left on his neck.
Strangulation?
Correct. The face shows clear signs of congestion, along with petechia around the face and throat. Both are clear evidence of asphyxiation.
Any indication of the murder weapon?
Most likely a twisted piece of cloth. the culprit approached Renju from behind and wrapped the cloth around his neck, choking him in an attempt to suffocate him. The specific cause of death is cerebral circulation failure due to vessel closure in the neck. Put more simply, the suspect strangled Renju to death from behind.
Do we have an estimated TOD?
Yesterday, around 8 p.m.
So
That would've
Renju was
been when he was
murdered about 2 hours
brought
before
here.
Mizuki and I found the body.
If he was killed around 8 p.m., that would mean that would be right around the time that the elevator showed up, which would mean that he was alive when he got here. Like he was... No, they said he was killed somewhere else. If that's the case, if he was in that elevator that showed up at 8 p.m., then that would mean that he would have had to have died, like, in the building.
I think we've checked everything we need to.
Okay.
I agree. We should compile our evidence and inferences.
Mizuki, you ready to leave?
What? But we aren't done investigating.
What do you mean?
There are still people I want to talk to.
Who? Do you want to talk to Oda?
Yeah. Oda is in here all the time. He might know something. I'll call him.
Ota's phone is broken. He dropped it in a puddle.
Sounds like Ota. He's so clumsy.
We'd have to talk to him in person.
He's probably at Lemniscate or Matsushita Diner.
Hopefully he's not dead. Do you want to talk to Iris?
Yeah. Daddy owned Lemniscate and Iris works for them. She used to work here too.
So she might know something.
I'll call her.
Mizuki tried calling Iris, but there was no answer.
Have any idea where she might be?
I don't know. Iris is into a lot of things.
What does that mean? Any places you can think of that I don't know about?
Well, there is one place. Have you heard of Golden Yokocho in the entertainment district? Daddy used to go to a place called Marble a lot. Maybe they know something about him.
It's gonna be a strip club or something, isn't it? Okay, anything else, Mizuki? Or no, we're heading out.
Lemniscate, Matsushita Diner, and Marble. Let's head out.
Okay.
Mizuki is looking this way. Okay. Let's go to Matsushita Diner. Matsushita Diner on Sunday.
Hello, welcome. You're Mizuki, right? Ota's
me.
friend?
Yep.
And you...
Oh, I suppose I should introduce myself more formally.
At least something a little more than flashing your badge.
My name is Kaname Date.
Mr. Date, what can I help you with?
Hey, you're looking gorgeous today.
Oh, stop, you
It's gonna
charmer.
make Mizuki uncomfortable, and that's the goal.
But you're not getting a discount out of me.
I knew you were a pedo, Date, but I didn't
What?
think you were a cougar hunter too.
Jesus
I
Christ,
am neither of
Mizuki.
those things.
She just swings for the fence. Where's your husband?
I completely forgot. I wonder where he got off to. But he'll come back soon.
She's not gonna be the killer, right? Because she would have... Maybe she got scammed by, like, the fake insurance company or whatever that the mom was working for. And obviously she hates the entertainment company because her son is obsessed with the idol there.
He always does. Runs off, then comes back.
I'm beginning to have doubts about the management of this establishment.
I think he's probably either non-existent or
well.
dead. Like, Is Oda here?
He went out early this morning. I don't know where.
I see.
I took my business card out of my pocket and handed it to Mayumi.
Sorry to be a bother. but when Ota comes back, can you tell him to contact me?
Oh, well, sure.
Thanks, ma'am.
Okay, got it.
Date, let's go somewhere else.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
go.
Any recommendations?
Oh, everything here is delicious.
You're no help at all.
But my personal favorite
What am
is
I
our
allowed?
omelet rice.
Did you want to eat here?
No, I don't have much of an appetite. How's your stomach?
Same. I don't think I can eat right now.
Mayumi is standing on the other side of the counter. Mizuki, have you been here before?
Yeah, I am friends with Oda. I've been here a few times.
Okay. Lemon skate. Lemon skate on Sunday.
Oh, what? Hey there, handsome.
Excuse me?
I cannot even right now. Hold on, give me just one sec. Mizuki, do you know this guy?
Yeah?
Can you introduce me, please?
She is surprisingly unprofessional for a receptionist.
She's the first character
Come
I
on,
genuinely
it's
just don't like.
Not so bad.
Date, shut the fuck up.
Could you contain yourself for 5 minutes, Date?
What's up with the abstract painting? Oh. There's an abstract painting displayed on the wall.
This painting is called Hawaiian Dishes and Dark Demons.
Which part is supposed to be a dish and which part is supposed to be a demon?
Okay, well, that was a useful. Okay. Mizuki, do you know this receptionist?
I mean, yeah, but
Yeah, of course we know each other. We're like best friends. We hang out, we party.
She's 11!
we do not party.
Hey, hey.
Mizuki's fucking face. Okay. Have you seen Iris?
Iris? You mean Asa?
Oh my god.
She's recording a podcast in the underground studio.
Oh, that's why she didn't pick up the phone.
If you need her right away, I can try contacting her.
No, it's fine. This can wait until she's done.
For sure.
What?
For sure? As in, I got you?
I don't believe I've ever heard that sequence of sounds spoken out loud before.
Okay, you're being a bit dramatic, Aiba. You haven't seen Oda here.
Ota? Nah, haven't seen him today. How is he?
The receptionist knows Ota too?
Ota happens to be the kind of otaku who actually has social skills.
Those are the ones you have to watch out for.
Huh?
Nothing. Anyway, could you give me a call if Ota shows up? I have my number here.
Oh no, don't give her your number. I took out my business card and handed it over to the receptionist.
Yeah, I got his number. I got his number.
Let us pray that the privilege will not be abused.
I'm not gonna say I wish bad things for her, but if a story beat happened that involved her no longer being able to interact with me, I wouldn't say that's a bad thing.
No, haven't heard anything about that yet. The VP might take over, we might get absorbed by another office. Just when I got a job, too. Man, what am I gonna do if this place closes up?
Die?
So, anyway, tell me, Date, what kind of girls do you like?
Got a fucking
Because
curveball for
I'm
you,
the committed
lady.
type, you know? Would you consider me a candidate?
Well, we could go out sometime.
Wow, dude.
You disgust me.
I am so on their side
Oh,
here.
my apologies. Never mind.
Things been pretty
Yeah,
serious around here lately.
totally. You never think about, like, my boss getting murdered, you know?
Nope.
Like, what are even the chances? That's like the odds of hitting the lotto. But I was kind of lucky in a weird way. Some of my old friends hit me up asking about it, you know. Feels like we're old alumni or something.
I truly
She
hate her.
certainly found the bright side of this situation.
Who hired this woman?
The most likely scenario is that the final decision was made by the head of the company.
Renju. Mizuki, let's go.
Is Renju just a bit of a
Staying here
perv?
would be a waste.
Yeah. Where
That
should we
would
go
not
next?
be surprising for how the men in this game behave, but still disappointing. I mean, he's dead, so. Alright, Golden Yokocho.
Is this it?
Yeah.
Queen Phantom across the street.
You know about this place?
Yeah. This is where I met Renju for the first time.
Interesting. Didn't think this was your kind of spot.
This place is special. You can find all sorts of shady characters here. It's the best place for gathering information about a case. So that's why.
That is only a partial truth.
Shut up.
Huh?
Let's head inside.
Did she hear that?
Where is everyone?
It's been like this for a while. Not many people come here anymore. Mama should be here soon, though.
Okay.
Bluetooth.
In other news, at 6:10 p.m. yesterday, on the outer circle of the Capital City Highway in Minato District, Tokyo, a traffic collision occurred involving 5 cars and at least 1 truck. MPD has arrested the driver of the truck suspected to be the cause of the accident for negligence. The investigation is ongoing.
It's a menu. It has writing on the back. The bottles on the counter. There are bottles lined up on the counter. Let's count them. 9. 9 bottles. There are 9 bottles on the counter.
Man, I could use a drink.
No, you're driving.
Can't you just drive?
Indeed I can. But I refuse.
Why?
Nothing good comes of you being drunk.
Big fan of the artwork. Oh fuck, it's not another 9. No. It's a little odd. Didn't even realize there's more 9s. Just kidding, there's 18. Or there are 18. That's how many there are. Let's count carefully. There are 18 bottles lined up on the counter. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 9 of them. I'm assuming it's the same ones over there, so. The counter. Rear tap.
I don't want to get drunk. I just want to be sobriety impaired. Allow me to ruin your stupid joke before you say it.
It's not stupid.
I think it must have been a deliberate 999 reference, which is cute. I like how this game is willing to reference the other games. Like, it had the Monokuma panda thing. Cute, I like it. A
Hey,
refrigerator.
Mizuki, you mind cleaning some of your stuff out of the fridge at home?
Not gonna happen.
A refrigerator. What else is here? Posters. There's a poster on the wall. The Talented Mr. Dickley. I wonder what that is. A flyer. Another flyer. Poster on the wall. Poster on the wall. Wow, that's the blackboard. Specials are written on the chalkboard. Slippers in tomato soup. Not afraid to reference or not reference. Exactly. It's iconic behavior. Look at the lighting. The hangers. The hanger on the wall. Okay, I guess they don't mean anything. Specials are written on the chalkboard. There's a table in front of the sofa. A sofa. All incredibly... Oh, the radio. Music playing over the radio. Shelves. There are bottles of alcohol on the shelves. A beer tap. Is there anything we haven't looked at yet? TV. TV on the
Date,
wall.
what was that weird show you used to watch? The one with the girls running in slow motion.
Oh, good God.
What was so good about it?
Everything.
Date, I would like Date to die. What's the scandalous man poster? This is a picture. Wait, did you open up another prediction? God damn it. Hold on. I can't see those things. Oh no, it's just randomly has decided to point out that you predicted yes. But it has not said what you predicted it on in the chat. It just decided to remind you of your bad bet in the last stream. Okay, anyways, what else have we not looked at in here? I guess we probably just talked to Mizuki. About Renju.
Hey, Date. What did you and Daddy used to talk about when you were here?
I don't remember a lot of it. I was usually drinking pretty hard.
What a
Don't
great
worry,
role model.
I have everything recorded.
About your
In
dead
fact,
dad
the
again.
conversation about you taking care of Mizuki took place here, at Marble.
Really?
The topic was brought up several times afterward, but the first time was here. 4 years ago, after drinking enough liquid courage, Renju asked you to take care of Mizuki. At the time, Renju was recently divorced, buried in work at Lemniscate, and mentally unstable. It was a display of excellent judgment. It was a good thing that he managed to swallow his pride.
It does
Think
kind of
so?
have the vibes of a gay bar, which I find...
Sometimes, I don't think it was the right move.
And to be fair, if
You should
he
have more
kept Mizuki,
confidence.
she might have just died.
I guarantee you that it was the best decision.
Let's hope
How
so.
do you know that, Iva? Like, she's... There... Too many of these characters seem, like, very clear about, like, knowing something for a fact that they shouldn't be able to know. Which... I mean, the poster is, like, a famous piece of art. I do know that. I just can't remember what it's called. I do know I've seen it before. But, like, the bartender being Mama, I think, is interesting. It's been a long time since we did this. Bring a
Did
child
what?
into a bar.
Sat at a table together like this. We haven't eaten dinner together in a while. After I finish working on this case, we should do it again.
Why? Because of what happened to my mom and daddy? I don't need that.
No, because you're a child who needs
Date,
food.
this is where you need to take a stronger role as her guardian. Data suggests that children who eat alone are prone to mental imbalances and poor physical condition.
Fucking leave me out of this, Iva.
The meals you prepare do
I'm
have
no longer a
sufficient
child
nutritional
anymore.
content.
But still, goddamn.
However, you need to make sure that Mizuki is eating all of it. Otherwise, your effort is wasted.
You'd have at least one meal together.
I told you I don't want to.
Why not?
Because... I don't like how you hold chopsticks. It makes me sick.
Really now? People have always told me that I have good technique. Some even say it's beautiful.
Date, can you stop being a
It's
creep?
disgusting. Too clean.
What?
Besides, there's no point in eating together.
Why is that?
Because you don't talk when you're eating. I don't like sitting in silence.
Well, we don't have to be quiet.
It's fine, I don't like hearing you talk either.
I believe she has entered her teenage rebellion phase a year early.
This is gonna be rough.
She never misses an opportunity, and I love that for her. Are you tired?
No. And what do you mean by that?
Nothing. Just let me know when you're tired. You can go home anytime you want.
Mizuki has more personality than every single character combined in 999. And it's been like... She was mute for half the time that we've known her.
You aren't really worried about me, you just think I'm annoying, right? Don't beat around the bush, just say it. But you know what? It wouldn't matter anyway because I'm not going home.
You're having fun at school.
It's okay.
Is it?
The Titanic
Yep.
wasn't a character, it was the gigantic Squidgy.
Do you have a lot of friends?
God.
Yeah. But
your
I don't
sister
really
ship's
like my
separate.
elementary school friends. They're too immature. I have more fun with Iris and Ota.
I don't know if they're too immature. You're just very mature for your age.
You think so? The kids at school are so stupid. They gossip about who had their first kiss for days. I don't see why that's anyone's business.
These grade schoolers move fast.
She really said don't ask,
Nah,
don't tell.
not really. It's pretty normal nowadays.
You haven't kissed anyone yet, have you?
Yeah, Date refuses
No,
to stop
I'm not
being
interested in that.
Oh, thank God.
Face representation. You know what? For as much as Date is kind of a creep and I don't really like him, he does have a good personality.
honey.
Okay.
Long time no see.
Okay, so the whole
Hey, Mama,
gay bar
how have you
thing.
been?
Oh, tired and sore, but not in a
She looks
fun
like an
way.
iconic drag queen. I kind of
Watch
watch
the innuendo in front of the kid.
immediately favorite.
Oh, who is this?
Renju's daughter.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Oh, Oh, it must have been hard. I saw on the news.
It's okay.
Yeah, immediately an
Really?
icon.
Oh, it must have been so hard. Stupid Ren. What was he thinking, leaving his little girl like this? Oh. Oh.
Hey, Mama. I wanted to ask you some questions about Renju.
Oh. I guess crying isn't going to solve the thing, is it? Go ahead, ask away. I'll help any way I can.
What are you up to now? What is she cleaning? That. What is she holding? I have no idea what that's supposed to be. Okay. How's business?
Not bad.
Hey, that's good. I want you to keep this place open as long as you can. It makes me feel sad and old when a place I used to visit closes down.
Well, then you should visit more often. I could hook you up, in more ways than one.
Just the one way is
Love
fine,
her.
thanks.
Oh, now you're a prude, Date. Okay. You had an opportunity to be a bisexual icon. Instead, you wasted it by just being a creep to all the women. About Renju.
Have you heard any rumors about Renju? Anything about grudges, disputes?
Is it okay to talk in front of Mizuki?
Yes, I want to be here.
Trust me, you couldn't drag her away.
If you say so.
Reply button.
Apparently, Ren had some connections with the Kumakura gang.
Date said he is going to be authentically and exclusively a shitty, awful man. To
real
women.
rough customers. This is their turf.
So Daddy was involved with gangsters.
Mizuki, that company Shoko was running, were they also tied to the Kumakuras?
I don't know.
Alright. Was Renju a regular here?
I haven't seen him for a while.
Was that
I
here
thought I was
yesterday?
going to shrivel up and die of boredom without you boys around.
Shrivel up. You look like a purple water balloon.
That's right. Care to give me a poke?
I'll pass, thanks.
Alright, Mama. Mama is polishing a dried bonita fish. It's part of her daily routine. Come to think of it, I have no idea why. I think I'll ask her one day when the time is right. Okay, the bottles on the counter. There are bottles lined up on the counter. Anything about the counter? No. Mizuki. This is your first time at a place like this.
Yeah, I mean, at some fish pocket they served alcohol, but I've never been to a bar like this.
Well, I would hope not. You're in elementary school.
Well, Daddy invited me along sometimes, but I was too shy to go.
Good call.
I was planning on going one day, when I was old enough to drink. I wanted to go to a bar with Daddy.
Well, seems like the kind of bar where you might not want to see your dad. Kind of whatever he was getting up to. Okay. Are you scared of Mama?
Not really.
Not really.
Oh, don't worry, honey. I don't bite. I'm only aggressive when it comes to men 20 through 65.
I love
That's
her.
a pretty wide range.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Date.
Gotta widen my net for a catch like you, Date, honey.
I think I'll ignore
That's a
that one.
problem, Squishy. We've
I
been over
think
this.
I'll ignore it as well.
Why do we have to ignore somebody else being a little bit flirtatious as if Date's not like a predator? About Mama.
I heard that shady characters hang out here. So who are you and how do you fit in?
No one special. I'm just a facilitator.
A facilitator?
People who come in here tend to have very specific interests. I help accommodate.
If this isn't a gay bar, I'm
Oh.
going to be shocked.
Okay.
Mama's like, an informant.
That's right. And I won't charge you this time. Just promise to get the bastards who did this to Ren for me.
Right, this is for Renju.
I promise.
Okay. What else do you remember about Renju?
Well, there was the watch incident. I'm sure you remember that one.
Watch incident?
You don't remember? Your drunk ass spilled your beer on Ren's watch. Ren was furious, yelling about how this watch is more important than my life, or whatever.
Yeah, we did find a watch.
He blew up on you. That was the only time I've ever seen Ren that mad. That's why I remember it so well.
Was it this watch?
I pulled out the watch I had in my pocket. It was the one I found in the oil drum at Sunfish Pocket.
Yeah, that's it. Why do you have it?
3 guesses.
Was it at the scene? Ren was given that watch by his lover.
His lover?
It was an anniversary gift.
Oh,
I
I'm
think.
assuming his... Shoko. I thought that was about to be a dramatic reveal
Lover?
about him.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot Mizuki was here.
No, it's fine.
But of course, it wasn't an affair. This was all after he was divorced.
Daddy had a new lover.
You're even very gender neutral. Is Renju gonna be our bisexual icon? Oh, I guess I can't talk to... Okay, I guess I'm going to the bathroom.
You remember where it is.
Yeah, outside, right?
This is a small establishment that does not have its own restrooms.
Wait, you're
This
leaving?
feels like a building, like a code violation.
Oh, scared of me, huh?
No, it's just...
Mama, keep an eye on her.
Sure thing. Don't have too much fun in there.
I love this game so much. I gave her a nod and a wave and left.
Iba, get boss on the line.
Got it.
What's up?
Mizuki is at a bar called Marble down in Golden Yokocho. Send someone over to pick her up.
She's not at the hospital?
Yeah, she snuck out. I took her along while I was doing some work, but I can't take her any further.
Understood. I'll send someone.
Counting on you, boss.
Are you going to leave Mizuki here?
What? No.
Yes.
No! Why? Wait, what?
Can't take her into a Yakuza den.
Oh, okay. Still. Kamakura office. Sunday, 3:22 p.m.
Who's this asshole?
You made a big mistake coming here. Go home.
All right. Bye then.
Hey, Date!
What? Ugh, I hate dealing with these chumps.
Didn't you hear me?
Do you want to die, old man?
You bastard!
What?
Sorry for the late introduction. I'm with the MPD.
A cop, huh?
I can't.
So, you want to explain what the fuck a cop is doing in my office?
I wish I
I think we should
knew.
exchange names before exchanging expletives.
Name's MoMA, the Warhorse. Don't give a fuck what your name is.
All right, MoMA. I have a few things I want to ask you. What do you know about the new Cyclops serial killings? Shoko Nadami and Renju Okiura had their left eye pulled out and were murdered. And I think you know something about it.
Saw it on the news.
Yeah,
We
same.
had nothing to do with it.
part of what makes every character so lovable is the fact they all also hate Date, which I think is a real bonding moment for the cast.
Even if we did, we wouldn't spill to no cops.
About Renju.
I told you, I got nothing to say. You deaf or something?
About Shoko. I mean, I'm assuming he's just gonna keep
Don't
saying
know
nothing.
nothing about her. I know her face and her name. It was on the news. Nothing else.
Shoko was part of an investment fraud scheme, and I have it on good authority that a certain Yakuza gang was helping her.
Wouldn't know nothing about that, cop.
What does a guy like the chairman need this for? He probably just uses it for porn.
Not every man in the world is like you, Date.
Not a single character in this game misses an opportunity to just shit on Date. Date doesn't ever miss an opportunity to be a horny weirdo. There's a telephone on the desk. The keyboard. The desk. The crest. Makura crest. Member B, let's talk to you.
There would be no point in talking to him in that state.
Hey, Cage. Look, there's a lot going on in this game. It's incredible. Also, how are you doing? A knife one of them was carrying. The kind that knifes nicely at night. It just might. The skinny one, he's completely out. Talk to member A.
I got nothing to say to you.
Fair play. Oh yeah, you missed the gay bar. You missed Mama! Great. Hope we get to see her again soon. The fat one, he's holding his stomach in pain. God, I hate Date. Come on, desk. The desk. It probably belongs to someone in the gang. There are a ton of things on top. We're not going to inspect those things. The lockers are lined up on the wall, a partition, set up by the doorway, probably to exclude the
Hey, Iba. It's pronounced partition and not partition.
I know how it's pronounced.
It does sound good. It's a lot of fun so far. I like these characters. Why is he an asshole about partition? Anyways, last month's schedule. First, Ikakin's beatboxing for beginners. Last month's schedule is written on the board. Okay, permits. Some kind of permit. Why are there permits in the Yakuza Den? Company motto. Company philosophy on the wall. If you accidentally enter a bar instead of a restaurant, don't feel obligated to order a drink. Even if the bartender gives you that order a damn drink look. That's quite the motto. This is such a dumb game. Okay, Tiger Road.
Hey, Iba, look. A flying squirrel taking a nap.
It is clearly a tiger.
Tiger Road. Okay. I don't think there's really anything else to investigate here. The door. Door to the next room.
A bronze dragon.
A bronze dragon holding a golden ball.
A golden ball, huh?
Wait, isn't that another reference? Wasn't that one of the things in Danganronpa? The dragon statue you had, like one of the items you got to unlock a new area of the room. That gave you, that got you to Creamy's lab, didn't it? Oh, fuck. I'm overthinking it now that I've realized that there are references. The dragon holding a golden ball.
It's kind of frightening seeing all these lanterns lined up.
I want to check and see.
Scary lanterns. Scary lanterns.
You
good
don't
God.
have to repeat it.
Okay, what else is here? The shrine. Shinto shrine. Other lanterns. The lanterns with Kamakura written on them. Okay, Momo. Where's the chairman?
What?
The chairman is right in front of you.
What?
I run the Kumakura gang. I'm Moma Kumakura.
That can't be right.
I'll say I just looked it up. That is actually the dragon statue used in Danganronpa, I think. Or at least it's something we also have to give it a dragon gem. That's cool. I hope that is
The chairman of the
I'm assuming it is.
Kumakuras is Rohan.
I'm guessing he's not alive now.
You aren't the chairman.
Yo, asshole! You need a lesson in manners?
Date, wait. I did some research and discovered that Rohan Kumakura died last year. He leapt to his death from the roof of a building.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different dragon, but it's not the... It isn't exactly one-to-one, but the whole thing with the dragon was that it specifically... It has its hand outstretched and is holding a ball. So I think the fact that they drew attention to the gem specifically, it's kind of like with the Monokuma Panda earlier and the 999 on the... Like, They're not going to be super explicit, I don't think, for the most part.
Suicide?
But I don't think it would be there if it wasn't for
But
some
MoMA
reason.
did not take over last year. MoMA took over 6 years ago.
6 years ago.
Date, a minute, please.
What's going on here?
What is it?
Do you see the sofa in the reception area? There is an ashtray on top of the coffee table.
I mean, I was going to try and investigate that.
What about it?
Let me.
It is peculiar. Thermal
I think that's the
imaging
common
reveals that they are both warm.
The sofa and ashtray.
So someone is smoking here. I mean, yeah, it's a common ornament, but I'm sure that, like, they've already proven that they like referencing themselves. This game, I think, came out before V3. Anyways, what's up with the cigarette butts?
Hey,
The
Iva,
cigarette butts
can you
get
turn off the
reddish.
thermal vision?
Sure.
I see. The cigarette brand is Klein.
Why is that relevant?
Small details will come in useful later. Trust me.
As long as it's not Ralph Klein. There's an ashtray on top of it. Thermal zoom on the sofa.
Part of the cushion is still red.
Just as I thought.
Oh, that's all you got to say about that? Oh, the chair. I don't think there's anything else to discuss. Was there somebody here, or someone here
What are you
recently?
talking about?
Yeah.
You're
it's
the
very
first guest today. Although you are an uninvited guest.
Don't lie now. Someone was sitting on the sofa and smoking very recently.
How do you know that?
I just do.
Oh, right. I remember now. Just a bit ago, one of our guys was on the sofa.
Are you talking about these guys right here?
Yeah.
No, neither of them were
Not
smoking.
possible. When
They're
I
all
came
sitting at
in,
the desks.
You made a big mistake coming here. Go home.
Who's this asshole?
neither of them was on the sofa. And neither of them was smoking.
They left.
Who left?
An insurance salesman. Right before you came in.
I don't think so. I didn't pass by anyone on my way here. And I happen to know this office only has one entrance and one exit. Which means, whoever it is, they're still in this office somewhere.
Under
Let me
his
check the
desk?
back.
Why you want to do that?
I just wanted to say hello to our guest.
I'm telling you, you're the only one here.
Oh, then you won't mind me checking.
Just get out of here, cop.
There must be someone they don't want us to see. Somewhere behind that wall.
That sure is
Just
just
as
like
I thought.
creepy fucking person standing
This
there.
must be whoever was sitting on the sofa and smoking earlier.
My evolver can shoot right through this wall.
Why would we
I
shoot
should
him?
shoot him.
Why? What?
Wait!
Why would we do that?
Is he not getting enough?
Getting enough
What?
fucking what?
Never mind. The person behind the wall is unarmed.
I really
cannot
do think
approve
that
the
it is
use
going
of
to turn out
Evolver in this
that
situation.
we are the old Cyclops killer, and there's some medication that's like keeping us on track.
Damn it.
Spudgy, please don't say that. Don't put thoughts in his head. Are there two dragon statues? I didn't even notice the second one. Oh. Wait, we didn't disarm these people in advance? Cool. What's going on now?
Date! A porno mag at your feet!
What?
What?
Oh wait, fuck. Not a QTE. Not a porn related. porno mag related QTE. I hate this. Also,
Hey,
what time
did you
period are
just
we in
shoot
that there
at
are
me?
porno mags? Just at all.
Hey, whoa, wait a minute!
Why does it sound like a chainsaw? I am heavy weapons guy. This is my weapon. What is going on?
Date, load a revolver with explosive rounds. Aim for the dragon's gold ball on the right.
The what? Oh, that.
That's a weird
Why?
position to be in.
Just do it!
Okay. Wait, what? Oh, okay. What a dumb game, I love it.
Iba, you saved me.
Secret Lives of Yakuza
Everything
Wives.
happened as I simulated it.
So,
I love this so much. It
where's
is
this
canon.
porno
Also,
mag?
hey, Lamit Light.
You idiot. There is no adult magazine. However,
I'm sorry
I know
if
that
we
your
drop into
reaction
this right
time is
now.
up to 3.6 times faster when you are excited.
He-
I simply took advantage of that behavior.
Controversial hot take. AI Somnium Files is actually just a mecha story. And Iba is piloting the flesh mecha that is Date.
What the hell?
I don't think it's a good time to drop into this game, honestly, Lambert. I think no matter when you drop in, it's basically
You're a
always
grown
this
man.
energy.
Aren't you too old to be playing with toys?
Shit!
Why does he have like a full-on rifle?
Hey, coward! I see you. Show your face. I know you.
I love that as a cop, we've just fully showed up and extrajudicially started kicking ass all over the place.
That's...
Sejima, so, Congressman.
What is this guy doing here?
So Tsushima. I mean, why do you think a congressman's in a Yakuza hangout? Gatling gun. An old-fashioned Gatling gun. Just want to see if there's anything else interesting going on here. MoMA. About Shoko. I'm gonna be fucking...
Well, I guess there's no point hiding it now.
He missed the
I
meeting
lied
about
earlier
TikTok in the
when I
Senate.
said I didn't know her.
I thought so.
He was the one asking
You
if
and
he
the
connected to
Kumakuras were a
Wi-Fi.
part of the fraud scheme Shoko was organizing.
Yep. Whenever any wise-ass investors gave her trouble, we handled it.
Exactly as I suspected. Shoko was affiliated with the Kumakuras.
About Renju.
I've been looking after that guy since high school.
I don't know if you've seen the clip. I don't know if everyone here has seen the clip. It is the funniest thing listening to the senator, or the I think it must have been a representative, probably not a senator. But he's just like, in the hearings about TikTok in the US Congress, they were like asking the dumbest fucking questions. And one of them was like, so are you telling me that the app can access my Wi-Fi? And the CEO of TikTok is there like, yeah, if you connect to the Wi-Fi with your phone and then use the app will connect to the Wi-Fi. And they're like, got him! And it's like, oh god. No wonder everything falls apart. This is the kind of dumb. Like, also, he's the guy who asked that question is not old enough to have the excuse of being like too old to know what TikTok is. Like, A, he's in a literal hearing about TikTok. He should learn something about it. But also, like, the man is like, from what he looks like, he's like in his 40s or 50s or something. Like, he is not old enough to have that excuse. Anyway, sorry, that's a tangent. I've been looking after that guy since high school.
It was the usual stuff. I had him help me with a lot of work. But now, it's kind of the opposite, you know? We're getting work from him. Well, we were. Now that he's dead, though.
What work did he have you do?
The usual. If Talon at his office was causing trouble or something.
You ever get into any disputes with Renju doing this work?
No way, he paid good money. I've never even gotten into an argument with the guy.
Oh, Rohan Kumakura.
I heard that the former head of the Kumakuras committed suicide last year.
Yeah, what's it to you?
Nothing at all. I just want to talk about it.
Also, yeah, that's true. Like, it wasn't like he didn't say something that was like especially harmful. It was the fact that like that these were questions he was asking was revealing of the fact that he has no fucking clue what's going on, and like people like that should not be in the positions that they're in. But that's how it always is. Really incompetent people are just filling off or every office on the planet. And whenever you try and offer something as an alternative, people are like, "Oh, but this is too different. We can't do that." It's like, you know, we couldn't have anyone competent.
Rohan was my older brother.
My campaigns.
He was my big brother in this organization, and my blood brother. 6 years ago, he got sick in the head. He got sent to a special hospital.
6 years ago.
And naturally, because I'm his brother and next in line, I was the successor. That's all I'm gonna say.
Wait.
You want to know more? Hire a private eye.
He died jumping off of a building, correct? This is very Pretty Little Liars coded, if I do say so myself. Do you have an alibi?
Us Kumakuras are a branch of the Ujisaki family. The Ujisaki family runs a yearly golf tournament. Mandatory attendance. We were all at the tournament those days. We only got back this morning. You can ask the hotel. They'll tell you.
Date,
Techno Boy
I
toy
did
in
some
this game?
research.
I think it's Date.
The
Or no, I
hotel's
think
regular
Iva is
guests
technically our
does list
Techno
the
Boy
Kumakura
toy.
members. They were also seen on several surveillance cameras.
It's an inversion of Pretty Little
that any
Liars,
of the
where,
Kumakuras could have killed Shoko.
Where every single, like, it's a gender swap version of Pretty Little Liars, but that just means that there's only one liar and he's an awful person and he kind of, whatever bad thing is happening to him, he probably deserves. Everyone else is innocent.
Including Moma.
The eyeballs are kept in the lasagna box. I want to watch the Mike series on that again. And I can't get over how fucking absurd that show. I remember watching it as a kid and just not realizing how insane it is. Anyways, okay. What are you doing here?
I've had a relationship with the Kumakuras since back when Rohan was running things. I had business nearby, so I stopped here for a visit.
I don't like how
Whatever
much space is
conspiracy
between his
theory
teeth
you're
and like the
imagining in
outside
your
of his
head,
mouth.
you can forget it.
Like,
this is strictly business.
Yeah.
Strictly business? A congressman meeting with Yakuza? How are you gonna spin that?
It's true. I imagine my public image will be dragged through the mud. But we haven't done anything illegal. If you want to accuse me of such wrongdoing, then by all means. I just happen to think such gossip is better suited for tabloids.
I mean, we'd be careful. I mean, I guess this game came out in like 2020 or whatever, right? So I guess it wouldn't have happened yet, but like, turns out the Japanese are more than willing to double tap a politician who's not willing to do
The president of Lemniscate? We aren't friends, but I did meet him a few times through work.
What work were you doing to meet up with the head of an entertainment company?
It was just some party hosted by some company or other. It's not unusual. Events with those uptight stuffed shirts can be rather
Yeah,
dull.
I really like Iva's design,
So they
both
have
like
some
as
young
an
women
eyeball
from
and then
an
as like
entertainment
a
office
in her
attend.
humanoid form.
Anyway, we only saw each other a few times. I don't even remember what we spoke about.
About Shoko.
The victim prior to Renju? I believe Moma introduced me to her.
Introduced?
We were just having drinks. Shoko stopped by to say hello.
Right. We didn't talk about anything.
I love these little moving portraits they
Trying
have
to
of
give
the
me the
characters, so they
runaround.
just like make the same gesture over and
Indeed.
over again. Okay. Do you have an alibi for yesterday and the day before?
I went to work, then went home.
So, you have no alibi.
No, I
You work
always
as an
have my
alibi.
bodyguards near me. If you want to, you can ask them.
Bodyguard testimony can be unreliable. There is a possibility that they would lie to protect Mr. Sajima.
I agree. We can't trust that.
Date, I have determined that these individuals have nothing further to add. Even if they are involved, they will not volunteer any more information.
It's super
We
convenient
need
that you know
solid
that.
evidence to move forward with the investigation.
You're right.
I mean, they did just try to Gatling gun a cop. It feels like
Date,
it's something I
a
should be
call
able
from
to work with.
Lemniscate.
Connected.
Oh, good God.
Date? It's me! You remember, like, how you said to call you if Ota came? Well, he's here now, so I guess I'm calling you.
Got it. I'm on my way.
Where you going?
That's none of your concern. MoMA, Congressman Sajima, I think I'm gonna call it a day. I'll come back soon. We'll swap drinking stories.
You serious?
Let's go, Iba.
Roger.
I really think he should be using his eyeball more to intimidate people. Like, just have it pop out every now and then and, like, talk shit.
This is all really suspicious.
What is?
Congressman Sajima and the Kumakuras. There's definitely something going on there.
I agree. But I am not sure it is linked to the new Cyclops serial killings. We need to do further investigation.
Oh, okay. I guess Iba's just... I don't really know how you're able to do that. Scream like a little girl.
Impossible. How did a jellyfish get in here? So
Yeah,
shiny,
I was thinking that too. It's a little weird.
You utter idiot. It's me.
The interactions are really weird, but they're cool.
Renju?
Do I look like Renju?
Mizuki?
It's me.
Boss?
Oh, right, yeah, he doesn't
Seriously.
remember anything that happens in the Somnium, or he doesn't remember her human
are
figure,
you-
doesn't he?
Mom?
Oh no, he knows. Never mind.
Idiot.
I'm an idiot.
They must have increased your dosage too much.
My dosage? Anyway, you're Iba, right? Why are you here? Looking like that?
I just thought I would project myself. You seem lonely.
She's man-spreading.
How
the
are you
past
doing
few
this?
seasons.
I am overlaying the image your left eye processes with augmented reality. You can't see me through your right eye, only your left.
You can't just pop into my eyeball without permission.
She literally is your
You
eyeball.
do realize I do that all the time, right?
I should talk less. Alright. About your appearance. Wait, didn't we,
Come
no, we
to
had
think
this
of it,
discussion already.
you look kind of like you do when you're in Somnium. What's that about?
What do you mean?
Well, you don't usually look like that. You have a Somnium form and another form.
Oh, this?
Yes, that. Why are you doing this now?
I was bored last night, so
Huh?
I thought you would like it.
Why would I like it?
Well, I did attempt to shape myself to your preference.
Not this discussion again.
If you could do that, change it.
I will not,
Why not?
because I won't.
Why not? So fucking whiny. I'm gonna have to get used to this look.
I fear you would eventually grow tired of the other form as well. I just wanted to change my look a little. Think of it as a haircut.
Pretty drastic haircut.
Pretty normal VTuber model, all things considered. Though and Moma are suspicious.
As I said earlier, I completely agree that they are suspicious. But there is nothing currently linking them to the case.
I don't like the idea of thinking about my eyeball
That's
getting a
true.
haircut, to be honest.
We have no established motive. The victims were displayed. tied up on a horse, hung from the ceiling. And their left eyes taken out. We still don't know why.
It is possible that Shoko and Renju were disloyal to Congressman Tsujima and the Kumakuras. They could have been killed and displayed as a warning. That would fit the current evidence.
Not really.
Maybe.
A warning to who?
But it doesn't feel right.
Like, you've kind of cut off the heads of two separate snakes there. It's not really a warning, as much as it would just be eliminating a problem, I guess. Alright. How is So related to the Kumakuras?
I looked into that. Unfortunately, I did not find anything in our database that could connect the two.
I see.
However, I did discover some rumors on the internet. Most of them come across as gossip or conspiracy theories, but would you like to hear them regardless?
Please.
When has that ever stopped anyone on the internet? How is So related to the
Mr.
Kumakuras?
Tsujima currently resides in Azabu. He lives in a mansion, a restored samurai castle. But 20 years
Pretty
ago,
good for a
So
congressman.
Tsujima lived elsewhere. In the Kawasaki district, to be exact. He lived there until he was 40 years old. The
That's
Tsujima
where
family owned a vast amount of
Shoko's
real
family-
estate in the district. Adjusting for inflation, the land was valued above 30 billion yen. The Tsujima family sold off its holdings.
That's before or
6
after it
months
went
later,
toxic.
the
Oh.
incident occurred.
The explosion at the chemical plant.
Insider
This
trading.
caused Kawasaki to become a restricted area. And of course, land prices fell drastically to less than 1/30th their original value. What are your thoughts?
The timing is certainly suspicious.
Oh yeah, so for the member vote, I guess what I can kind of say about that is that, like, I really like all the topics that are on that. Actually, I'm just gonna tab out so I don't have the background music playing for right now. Yeah, so for the member votes, the way it's gonna work basically is that if a topic is picked, then obviously that one will be the video that gets made. If a topic isn't picked, it'll get pushed back to a future month. So the second place one from the current poll for April, that one will show up again in May. Third place will show up in June. Fourth place will show up in July, and they'll kind of keep rotating through unless it gets to a point where like a topic is just clearly not something people want. Like if something just never gets any sort of like no one's ever like, oh man, I wish we'd had that or whatever, then it'll get bumped off. But like for the most part, I'm going to try and keep them around because I know like, I mean, for one, it's a lot of effort to try and come up with like 4 unique video ideas every month. And the other is also just like, you know, I know that my channel is still kind of growing, and it's entirely possible that the kind of audience that I have 3 months from now is one that will want a video that the audience I have now doesn't want. Just kind of to give people more of a chance. So yeah, none of them are going to be like, excuse me, none of them will be like wholesale eliminated from contention or like from eventually ever showing up. They just won't be the current upcoming ones. And there's no guarantee it would ever, like, it's not like it would inevitably be made. If it never won a vote, it wouldn't get made. But yeah, that's kind of how it's going to go. It's not going to be like a one and done type of thing. Anyways.
To sell that amount of land just 6 months before it happened.
There is
Hope that answered
another
the question.
interesting fact. After the accident, So Tsujima purchased all of the land back for just 1 billion yen.
So he's got 29 billion yen in his pocket and 1 billion yen of land.
Correct. Despite the horrific accident, the Tsujima family is no worse off.
Yeah.
True. But I don't see the point of it. It's not like you got anything out of it.
That would be true.
Got $29
There is
billion
more to
and
this story.
didn't lose any land.
There is another important fact. After the land prices in the Kawasaki region crashed,
Yeah, they're all topics I really like, which is also part of why the vote's going to be a little bit hard. Like, I'm going to be disappointed if
we'll have
whatever
to
wins
continue
just
this
because 3 topics that I
conversation
do like aren't going to get covered. At
I am
least not yet.
receiving a call from headquarters.
The 999 one, I think, is the one that I most want to see win.
Is this
but we'll
Special
see.
Agent Date from Abyss? My name
The
is
Onyx one's also
Ikosuke
been in the
from
work for a
HQ.
while.
I'm investigating the Shoko Nadami case. There's something that you need to hear.
What is it?
We got a phone call earlier from a prisoner at Fuchu Prison.
A prisoner?
We saved the call. I think you should give it a listen. Who is this?
In here, I'm known as number 89.
What is this call concerning?
I know who killed Shoko Nadami. And if you let me out of here, I will tell you who it is. I suppose you might say I'm looking for a plea bargain. He will kill again, you know. And he'll take their eye
Or
while
just
they're still
whistling Dixie.
alive. There will be more bodies. If you want to stop this serial killer, I suggest you take my offer. I'll be seeing you.
This has to be a prank.
That's what I thought too. However, we got the call yesterday afternoon.
Or Renju.
Before Renju was killed. In other words.
You're saying he predicted the second crime?
Yeah, I think he did. That's why I thought I should contact you.
Good idea. Thanks, Detective.
Good luck.
Do you think there's anything to this?
I don't know.
What's going on in here?
Oh,
hi, Oda.
Date.
What's wrong? You look like you have a lot on your mind.
Yeah. I just found out online. The corpse at Bloom Park. That was Renju's ex-wife, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
I forgot that he didn't know that.
So that was Mizuki's mom. Mizuki saw her own mom. And I just left her. But I didn't know. I knew her as Shoko Nadami. Her last name is different. I didn't know that was Mizuki's mother. I want to apologize to her. I need to tell her that I'm sorry.
I kind of like Oda. Where have you been?
Nowhere. Just doing my normal routine.
I don't know your normal routine.
I went to a doujin store to look at the new releases. Then I ate some ramen at Jiro's, and then headed over to the PC cafe to browse threads. You know, normal.
If that's normal, I haven't had a normal day in my life.
You haven't, you're a creep. Okay, about Mizuki.
Mizuki didn't seem like she was angry with you.
What? You met Mizuki? Oh, at the interrogation.
That's right. He doesn't know I live with Mizuki. I have no reason to hide it, but it's sort of hard to explain. Yeah, I spoke to Mizuki at her, questioning earlier.
You're sick, Date.
What?
Questioning? That sounds dirty. If I were writing a light novel, that's exactly how I would describe a sexy scene.
Oda!
What kind of novels are you writing, kid?
I've changed my mind. I hate him.
I don't know anything. I've only seen Renju a couple of times.
I didn't think it was possible to be this bad at lying.
Though it is plainly obvious, I did a thermal check on Ota's body.
I hope he's not you for real.
This is his current body temperature.
That's what I thought.
That's horrifying.
Have you forgotten, Ota? You're my thrall. You don't want me to tell Iris your secret, do you?
Huh?
Oh, good God.
Wait, it's no big deal. I just...
You better start talking.
Okay.
We have to have this discussion right around the receptionist. Hold on. What am I supposed to talk with you? No. Where's Iris?
She's recording a podcast right now.
Still?
Looking at her schedule, it should end soon.
No. About Renju's case.
Last night, I was walking over to Sunfish Pocket, and I saw Renju come out of the building.
Was he alone? Someone was with him. A man.
I don't think that's how thermal imaging works.
No. A woman.
Oh
Okay, look.
Okay.
I can tell you're trying to protect her, but you have to help me out here. Was it Iris?
No, it definitely for sure wasn't Tessa.
Got it. So Renju was with Iris.
Okay, fine.
Yeah,
There's no point in hiding it, I guess.
I
You're
guess
right.
when he's lying, he just
Renju came out
overshoots
of
like
the
a
building
furnace
with Tessa.
immediately. Love that.
Tessa has nothing to do with this. She wouldn't murder anyone. She wouldn't hurt a fly. She's an idol. Idols don't kill people.
You need to stop putting her on a pedestal.
Tessa is a savior to me. The Tessa I know wouldn't hurt anyone.
A savior?
The first time I met her, I had a bad case of writer's block. And I saw all this awful negativity online and I lost sight of what I really wanted to write. It was the lowest point of my life.
You're like 13.
He is talking like a professional, though he hasn't published anything.
God
Yeah.
damn, Iva.
Then, by pure chance, I found a video of Tessa singing and dancing. And it made me realize something important. You don't have to care what people think, you know?
It's a lot. I'm assuming that she wasn't dancing like this in the... Yeah, she's Charlie D'Amelio, but for Japan. I love the idea that, like, he saw her dancing like this, like, in this very... like, found his will to live. Or Oda.
If you do your best at what you believe in, your message will get through to people.
Find someone who
That
does a
attitude
better
is
best.
something all great creators need to have. After that, I became a huge A-Set fan and got over my writer's block. And I know I'm not the only one Tessa has inspired. A lot of otaku like me say that Tessa is their savior. She cheers them up when they're down. So there's no
Choosing
way
Fortnite
Tessa can be
dances.
involved in murder. Absolutely impossible.
Oda, your logic is pure dog shit. I hate you. Slow down and say Iris is the murderer.
But do you suspect her?
I
She
need
was
to
with the
hear her
murdered guy,
side
like
of the
5 minutes
story.
before he died.
If I do, I might find out she's totally innocent. If you truly believe that she didn't do it, you should tell me everything you know.
But...
Do it for Iris.
What's up with the plant?
Date, look! A little stink bug! Yay! A stink bug!
Iva has the tendency to get excited about bugs. Go off, Iva. What time did Renju and Iris leave the building? Well, didn't Iris
Around
work there?
6:15, I
Wasn't that
guess.
something they decided? Or that
Where did they go?
discovered? That she'd worked at the cafe
I
before
didn't see.
working as an
I
idol?
got into Renju's car and drove off.
And what did you do?
I went inside Sunfish Pocket, but I saw a sign that said the entire club was reserved. I figured I would just go home.
Yeah, he died at 8.
What happened?
What are you looking at? Oh, Jesus, hi.
Date.
Iris, there's something I need to ask you. Come with me.
Hmm?
Okay, because one thing that I think, because remember they said the elevator only went up to that floor one time. It weighed 315 pounds, I think they said. Renju himself weighs 155 pounds, which game is making me feel fat. But presumably the game is not going to say that she weighs more than him, which it would need to for her to have just been the one person with him in the elevator at the time. So presumably it's got to be somebody else. I don't know if 2 people could also fit in there without weighing enough. Wait, do we get to do a Somnium now?
Iris, I'm going to ask you some questions. Please answer honestly. However, you do not have to say anything that might incriminate you.
The right to remain silent? You're treating me like a criminal.
Not exactly. I'm just looking for the truth, and I would appreciate your cooperation.
Some JCS bullshit. Alright, Iris. You used to work at Sunfish Pocket, right?
I heard you used to work at Sunfish Pocket.
That's right.
How long?
A little over a year.
Working there that long, you're probably pretty familiar with the equipment.
Yeah, I guess.
What about the surveillance camera?
What about the surveillance camera? Do you know where those tapes were stored?
What are you trying to say?
Is Oda's story true?
Here's what Ota told me. Yesterday around 6:15 p.m., you and Renju came out of the Sunfish Pocket building. Is that true?
Yes. Mr. Okiura called me and told me he wanted me to come to Sunfish Pocket, ASAP.
Around what time was that?
5 p.m., I think. I got ready, then headed over there. I guess I got there about an hour later.
Date, I checked her call history. At 4:58 p.m., there is a record of a call to Iris from Renju's phone.
Okay, so she's telling the truth. What were you doing with Renju?
What were you doing with Renju?
Isn't she
He asked
a
me about a
teenager?
job.
What kind of job?
Okay, I was worried it was gonna be something else.
He rented out Sunfish Pocket for a party and he wanted me to MC. He said that it was an important party and that a lot of big shots were gonna be there. But the girl he asked to do it originally got sick and couldn't come. But I turned him down.
Why?
Because I'm just an internet idol. I've never done any MCing before. Especially with important people being there.
What did you do after you turned him down?
What did you do after you turned him down?
Oh, okay.
I left with Mr. Okiura. At 6:15 p.m. That must have been when Ota saw me.
And after that?
Yeah, Mizuki got a message from Renju to go there. But I don't think that... I'm not sure what's up with that.
I asked Mr. Okiura to take me home in his car. I got home at 7 p.m. I was home the rest of the night.
What do you think, Aiba?
I cannot detect any contradictions. However, her story appears almost too organized. Human memory is ambiguous. Her use of exact times leads me to be suspicious.
I was thinking that, but I
true.
assumed it was just bad writing. I like this game a lot, honestly. Okay, so... When did you find out Renju was killed?
When did you find out Renju was killed?
This morning, on the news.
And you were with Renju last night? You didn't think to call the police and inform them of this?
Oh, sorry. Is that something you're supposed to do? I had a podcast to record this morning, so if I went to the police, I'd be late. And that would cause everyone a lot of trouble, you know?
He's like, I might have the key to solving this murder, but I'll be damned if I'm gonna be late to my fucking podcast.
What were you doing from 7 to 9 last
Like,
night?
for real.
I was at home the whole time.
You're sure?
Yes.
Aiba, thermograph.
I don't
There
think this
no
is how
noticeable
lying
rise
works.
in Iris's body temperature.
She isn't lying.
Not
She's
necessarily.
both blessed and busy.
We must consider the possibility that she is a natural liar.
I mean, she's an internet
With
idol.
that kind of confidence, her temperature wouldn't change.
Correct.
Renju's estimated time of death was 8 p.m. last night. If Iris's story is true, she couldn't have done it.
There is another possibility. Even if Iris was at home, she could have killed Renju.
Right, Renju didn't die there, did he?
You mean...
Can I ask your mother about your alibi?
I'll ask again. You are sure you were at home around 8 p.m. yesterday?
Yes.
Can I ask your mother about your alibi?
You can, but there'd be no point.
Why is that?
My mom wasn't home. She came back home early this morning.
This morning?
Yeah.
Where was she?
I don't know.
You don't know.
We've already had a dream
Come to
about her
think of
being
it,
dead.
Iris's mom had connections to Renju too.
Hitomi did mention that yesterday.
Renju was my classmate at Eitoku High. We've known each other for 20 years now.
However, we have nothing to link her to the case.
But I am curious. What was Hitomi doing last night?
I really don't like Hitomi's odds of surviving, to be honest. I think that she doesn't make it much further.
Am I a
We
suspect?
have already seen her dead.
It's not like that.
It's fine, Date. It's true that I met with Mr. Okiura yesterday, but How do I put this? It's impossible that I'm the killer.
Why?
I'm a teenage girl. Mr. Okiura is a fully grown man.
Oh, she's got a point. A girl
You
like
just
her
strangled
could
from
have
behind.
stabbed, poisoned, or shot him dead, but strangling?
No, it's still possible. You see,
Oh. The sedation.
a heavy concentration of sedatives were discovered in Renju's body. Renju was practically in a coma before he died. He wouldn't have struggled.
So, Iris could have strangled him.
Wait a minute. Even if I was somehow able to kill him, the rest of it is impossible.
Yeah, I don't think
The rest
that's
of it?
Like, she would have needed
Like
other
hanging
people.
up his body?
How do you know that?
What do you mean? It's all over the news.
That's true. Renju weighed about 160 pounds. Even if she used her entire body weight, I don't think she could have hauled him up.
Right. It would be hard for her to do it with her strength alone. But with a little ingenuity, it could be done.
Also, how would she get him
Ingenuity?
in there? Because the thing is... Where is it? Renju weighs approximately 160 pounds.
The oil drum inside Sunfish Pocket. The type that has a lid you can open, with about a 200-liter capacity.
Oh, I just realized.
Empty, it weighs approximately 44 pounds.
If she weighs 100 pounds, she put his body in the oil drum. She brought it up there, that's how she got him there. Oh fuck, I'm an idiot. She totally did it, didn't she? How could it be lifted up to the ceiling? That's why, oh fuck, that's why his watch was in the barrel. Because that's where he was... Did she really do it? Where Renju was murdered, because it's about the...
I don't think so, Doc. This
The
is
counter.
irrelevant.
Oh, okay, I guess not. How could Renju's body have been lifted up to the ceiling? It wouldn't be the oil... Hold on, discovery of the
Renju's corpse was hanging from a... He was found. The wire was a... One end was a... The kegs hold They weigh a...
Okay, I think it might actually be this. Yeah, there we go.
It went like this.
None of the clues seem like
First,
they initially had the
Renju
weight.
was laid out on the counter. Next, the wire was thrown over the beam and connected to the hook in his jaw. Then all you need to do is put the 3 beer kegs on the counter.
You think a teenage girl could have done that?
Yes.
I'm sure it was hard. The kegs weighed 55 pounds each. But that's not impossible, even for a teenage girl.
I guess it isn't impossible.
After that, you get on top of the counter, hook the other end of the wires to the kegs, and then, what do you think happens if you kick the kegs off the counter?
The 3 kegs weighed 165 pounds altogether. Renju weighs 5 pounds less. I guess that would make it possible.
I kind of assumed we all already agreed about this.
But there is one more thing.
How'd you get the body in there?
Considering the state of the crime scene, it's clear Renju was killed elsewhere and brought to where we found him. If Iris is the culprit, how did she move the body?
Hey!
We already figured this out.
I know. You're going to say you couldn't have moved a 160-pound body.
She put him in an oil drum.
Unfortunately for her, she could have.
How?
Where's the oil drum? This could have something to do with it, but I need more to support my theory. Renju's watch.
Do you know what this is? It's Renju's favorite watch. This was discovered inside an empty oil drum at Sunfish Pocket.
Hey, Date, I know you're on a roll right now, but could you please report things like that according to protocol?
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying that it wouldn't be so hard to move a body if it were in a cylinder. You would just have to roll it.
So you're saying Renju's body was moved inside the drum, which is how the watch came off. But the suspect didn't notice it.
I'm not saying anything for sure. Just pointing out that it's possible.
I didn't do it! You don't even have any witnesses! If I were rolling an oil drum in the middle of the street, people would have noticed.
You could have put it in a car and driven it.
I don't have a license!
Doesn't mean you can't drive. Even an AI can drive nowadays.
Are you mocking me?
Don't make sudden outbursts like that.
You insulted me.
Yeah, Iva, you
Just
kind of got to be
be
willing
quiet.
to take it if you're going to dish it out.
Who are you talking to?
Anyway, Iris, you weigh about 105 pounds, right?
Very specific guess.
Where is this coming from?
If only you weighed more. Or less.
That is none of your business.
No, I mean that your weight is relevant to the case. If the oil drum was used to transport the corpse, then the possibility of the suspect being around 105 pounds is extremely likely.
Why do you say that?
Because the elevator. There's the elevator record. There we go. 3 pieces of evidence. There are others. Renji's weight. And the oil drum.
Iris, on which floor is Sunfish Pocket located?
On the 2nd floor?
That's right. So, I checked the elevator records. Before the corpse was discovered, the elevator only stopped at the 2nd floor once, at 8:55 p.m. And we discovered that the total cargo weight on the elevator was about 310 pounds. Renju weighed 160. The oil drum weighs 44. Together, that's about 205. Subtracting that from 310...
This doesn't look good.
Why are you...
Now, this obviously doesn't prove you're the murderer. A lot of people weigh 105 pounds. Or someone could have put 105 extra pounds in the elevator, sent it up, and taken the stairs to throw us off the trail. However...
Date, stop. Iris is acting strange. Don't turn around.
Why not?
Just stay put. Keep your eyes on the wall. There are several cameras in this room. 2 surveillance cameras installed at the corners of the ceiling, and 1 camera on a tripod. I hacked each to gain access to their recordings. Look at this.
She's fidgeting around. Is she doing something under the desk?
That's what it looks like, but we need to confirm something before we confront her. We need to know that she's in fact doing something under the desk.
Without turning around?
Yes.
How would I do that?
Did the eyeball pop out here? Iris in the mirror. What's she doing, though?
Ah, shit!
She's sending the blackmail video out. Oh. I won't tell anyone about that thing, not even if they torture me.
Iris, what are you thinking? What is that thing?
It's a bold move to be
Hey,
trusting someone in the
answer me,
Iris.
Iris.
She's definitely hiding something, Date. Sync with her.
Iris is experiencing REM sleep. Medication is working perfectly.
Oh, cool. So our mysterious police force has abducted and drugged a child.
Think you can do it?
We're gonna guess she's
Not a problem. Get it
18?
started.
I don't know if that makes it better. It
Time
doesn't
limit
really.
is 6 minutes. So before time is up,
I know.
Let's get in the Somnium.
let's begin.
Where is this? It's giving murder basement, if I'm honest.
What is this place?
It looks depressing. How is this related to Iris?
Unknown, but there must be a connection.
Iris, what are you hiding?
This is where he died.
Somnium scan! Activate!
Wait a minute, I thought that was a bad thing happening to her. Because, yeah, they identified that he died somewhere else. Because he shit himself when he died, but it didn't... There was nothing on the counter or anything. Interlock 1, interlock 2. Discover Iris' secret. A mysterious room, videos, and a strange device. You may be able to find the truth. Okay. So... what's up with the doors?
A double door.
Open. I want the 1/6 or 1/6 time thing.
It doesn't open. We don't have to worry about it. A double door.
I'm gonna tackle it too.
Hiya! Hiya!
Stop that! You're not helping!
Okay. Let's... what else even is here to invest? What's in the corner? Oh. Wait, that's just like one of the collectible things, isn't it?
What?
Cool. Okay, I mean, I guess we might as well look at the TV while we're here.
A CRT TV.
Hit or spin the dial. I don't know what that... Neither of those look like good outcomes, but I don't think we really have a choice, do we?
A CRT...
Let's spin the dial. I'm gonna try and avoid using too many violence options. Oh. Who's that?
Stop!
That's one of the victims from the original Cyclops killer.
What is this video?
It is difficult to believe, but these are the faces of the victims of the original Cyclops killer.
What? What is going on here? Iris, what are you hiding?
We should continue. There are more objects to inspect now.
Iris, Bestie, you sure watch the murder. We saw the murder video. That's cool. I'm definitely... Victim of timing has a negative effect. Negative timies can multiply time or force you to use them. If you pick one up, be careful. Okay. This thing to investigate. The torso, the gun, the mirror. I don't love this music, if I'm honest. The vibes are fucking rancid.
A full body mirror.
Okay, so it's gonna be forced. Let's not try any of those. This one can be a shorter one.
A torso with a head.
If it has a head, is it still called a torso?
What would you call it?
Choke? Oh fuck, these are all gonna take so much time. We're gonna go with choke. Because that's what happened in the video. I hate this. I hate these horror vibes. I mean, it's not even scary. It's just, I'm a fucking
Even my
absolute
consciousness is
coward
being
about this
affected.
shit.
While I was unconscious, the room changed.
I'm tired of this. But we have no choice but to investigate.
Strangled the body. I'm so glad that we... The graphics are not lining up with what we're doing here. Okay.
4 minutes.
Yeah, I know. Medicine
A
bottle.
drug bottle that holds some kind of liquid.
Absolutely do not chug it.
There is no label. I cannot determine what is inside.
It's probably dangerous.
I agree. We should not touch it if we do not know what it is. Even in Somnium, some things should not be done.
I'm assuming that we're gonna have to do something with it eventually. We can't do anything with the barrel, even though the barrel is clearly fucking... Oh, the TV's... There's a second TV. If I get jump scared, I'm gonna lose my
An
fucking
old
mind.
television.
You know what? Let's use this while we can. Turn the dial. We're gonna watch another murder. I'm assuming.
That video showed the face of a victim of the original Cyclops killer. It appeared to be the second victim.
What is going on?
Gotta say, I'm not live,
Iris
laugh, love
has
in
something
this.
to do with the first
This is,
Cyclops case?
Unknown. I do not have enough information.
I mean, she clearly has something
that
to
means
do
we
with
have
it. She
to
was
investigate
there,
more.
apparently.
Indeed.
Fuck.
The oil drum, shelf, and another torso have been added.
Let's go.
We're gonna have to replicate how they died on the torsos. aren't
3
we?
minutes, Date.
We're running so out of time. Okay. Torso.
A torso similar to a fashion mannequin. We're gonna punch it. Because the other one died of head trauma.
I didn't get hit, did I?
There is no effect on your body, Date.
Hit my soul hard enough.
While you were unconscious, a television and an old book appeared.
I want to get off this ride.
If my calculations are correct, it will be over soon.
Let's hope you're
This is
right.
really cool. Yeah, like I love this. This is a really like hit the torso. Again, the graphics are all over the place. But yeah, like I love it. This is a really fun way to do this. It's
An
just also
old-fashioned TV.
it's a lot. Okay, another old-fashioned TV. Let's. We do not have a lot of time. Who gets murdered this time, do you think? Oh. Well,
Please. Help me. Help me.
I saw a gun earlier. I didn't interact with it, but I bet I have to go collect it and use it on the
This
next
was the
mannequin.
third victim of the original Cyclops killer.
Why does Iris know that?
There is a possibility that she saw it online.
Where
or on
would she have
TV.
seen the murder
She even
happen on
reproduced the
TV?
circumstances of the killing. Would her imagination explain
Wait, didn't
that?
she say she was a psychic earlier? Is that going to be her excuse?
Date, we have no direct evidence. For now, we must continue investigating.
Right.
Okay. Where's the gun? There's the gun. Let's get unstuck from that.
A revolver.
Is it real?
It appears that way.
Jump for it.
Weekly Shonen?
Don't say it.
the best I could. I am not a cyborg, and thus I cannot reach that height. This is not my fault.
Nobody's blaming you.
Running out, though.
A revolver.
Okay, well, I guess we might as well use it again.
It is a pistol. It appears to be fixed with a vice.
It's pointing at the mirror,
Why would
isn't
this
it?
be here?
What's this? The trigger. There is a stick in the hole of the trigger guard.
That's suspicious.
You don't say. Because it's... Where is it? It's there. It's pointing directly forward at the mirror. The mirror has a mannequin in it. Oh, okay.
A full body mirror.
I'm assuming that what's supposed to happen here... Wait, there's not another mannequin out that we can interact with, I don't think. Worn out reference book. A locker. Gas canister. Happening on the... It's running so low on time. Worn out reference book. Fuck it.
You have less than 2 minutes, Date. Hurry.
Yeah,
It
I
is
know.
a thick book.
Oh, fuck, we don't have time to read this. But...
It has not been well preserved. Most of the ink has faded.
Can you tell what kind of book it is?
It is probably a book on... insects!
Oh, good
It's a
God.
book on insects!
Don't get excited. I know how you love bugs. Does this book belong to Iris?
I didn't know she liked insects, and to read the book so often that it wears out.
Well, we can't prove it's Iris's.
It's in her brain.
True. We cannot conclude anything.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Anna Maria. I don't know why the notifications aren't playing. It's weird. Here, okay. No reference book. Because we need to find a way to use the gun. I don't know how we would do that, necessarily. Look at the locker.
Just a locker.
Thank you. Here's actually a mess. I haven't re-dyed it in months. I've got the... bit too much of the roots, but I appreciate it. Okay. I mean, we might as well just open it. Oh, fuck.
Iba?
It's all right. More importantly...
What the fuck is this Rube Goldberg machine, motherfucker? It's gonna... How long is this gonna take? Like, this is so much. It's gonna roll off the edge, isn't it? Jesus Christ. What the fuck is happening? One of these is gonna trigger the gun, right? That's gotta eventually happen somewhere in this process. Oh, that's...
That is...
This is the, oh, Jesus Christ. Some fucking tonal whiplash there. Just a little bit. Who? Is that Renju? We really just went from a full-on Rube Goldberg machine constructed in this girl's brain that have multiple explosives straight into a murder. I mean, I guess I don't really know what else I expected. It's real dead pigeon do not open vibes. Gumai. Day 3 Sunday. Alright. I love this stupid game.
What happened in that Somnium?
Well, we learned that she witnessed like at least 3 murders.
The 4 murdered women are without a doubt the victims of the original Cyclops serial killings.
That means...
The murders that occurred 6 years ago are these memory fragments that coalesced in this Somnium.
No. That means the person who killed them was...
It was either her or someone present. Wait. No, that was me. In that fragment of glass, that was Date's face. Fuck, so I really was the original Cyclops killer. The blue figure from the
Help
sink.
me understand this. What I saw during the sink earlier, that was the scene of the original Cyclops serial killings, right?
Yeah.
So the person doing the killing was the original Cyclops killer.
Yeah,
right.
It was me.
Did you see him? He was...
I saw your face. The original Cyclops killer was...
It can't be. That's impossible.
Date, you cannot say that for certain. You
I know
have
what's
no
like to be in a
memories
serial
past 6
killer's
years
brain.
ago.
So perhaps, Mr. Date, you are the killer.
I kind of figured this was going to be a later game reveal, to
You're
be entirely
missing your
honest.
left eye. So you steal them from others.
I'm kidding. You can't be
no.
the Cyclops killer.
Really?
Of course not. Do you think I would hire a serial killer?
Yes. You seem
You
like kind of an
interrogated
insane
Iris
person.
before the sink. What you saw in the Somnium was just a manifestation of the fear you put in her.
No. No, I'm pretty sure I'm the Cyclops killer. Why did they appear?
You can't dream of something you know nothing about.
That means Iris must know about the killings.
6 years ago, Iris was 12.
Did she witness the crime at age 12? And not just one, but all 4?
What about the original Cyclops serial killers?
The Cyclops killer appeared 6 years ago. I lost my memory 6 years ago. There has to be some kind of connection.
Yeah, like...
There isn't. It's a coincidence.
Really?
Really.
You're a terrible liar, boss.
Didn't I tell you? The entire case is a state secret. No matter how many times you ask, I won't tell you anything.
Boss is a serious look on her face. I think that he was the killer. Like, it would make sense, I think. He was the killer. They took him in, wiped his memory so they could use him for this sink experiment. Sink machine. You can see the sink machine through the window. Iris is in the sink subject chair. Okay. Computer. About the original and new incidents.
I don't believe there's any meaningful connection.
Oh, good fucking god.
Between the original and new Cyclops serial killings, I mean.
Yeah.
Why is that?
It's totally a
The
coincidence.
culprit is not the same. I am absolutely certain the original Cyclops killer could not have committed these crimes.
Because it's Date.
How can you be so sure?
Because I can. Don't worry about it. Just trust me.
The red figure from the sink.
In the Somnium earlier, I saw someone else who might be the criminal. Who was he?
I wouldn't know.
I mean, I'm assuming the red one is... It's... Iris. She was being dragged around, like... If she knows who Date... Like, if her and Date worked together... No, that wouldn't make sense. She was 12. If she got dragged around by Date to all of these things, that might make sense. or whoever the killer was. About the original Cyclops killer.
Remember what the boss said this morning.
Oh, good God.
The original Cyclops killer has yet to be brought to justice. After the investigation got going, it was taken over by the government and classified. That was the last we heard anything about it. Of course, they paid lip service to the idea that the investigation was ongoing, but in reality, it was dropped completely.
Diaries show that she recognizes. I'm not sure if she would. Because she was 12 when this happened, and also, he has had one eye ripped out since then. It wouldn't be the most unlikely thing in the world for her not to be able to recognize him. Why did the original Cyclops killer appear in Iris' Somnium?
The Sinker does not always experience the Somnium they expect. Dreams are pieced together from memories, even repressed subconscious
Or it's a
ones.
repressed memory, I guess.
When using the sync machine for an investigation, we don't always see the memories we expect to see. True, oftentimes a subject will subconsciously want to express their dark secrets and repressed memories. That is why we see them so often in Somnia, and why those Somnia are so useful for criminal investigations. But this is not a guarantee. We cannot control the content of our dreams, after all.
Why did the original Cyclops killer appear in Iris' Somnium?
It's like I told you before. Dreams are pieced together from memories, even repressed subconscious ones. This can be expressed as an equation. Dream D equals memory A plus memory B plus memory C. This, of course, means that Dream D is a fictional event. However, the same cannot necessarily be said about memory A, B, and C. Those happened in reality. In other words, fiction is built from combinations of reality.
Yeah, you can't dream
So what I
something that you
saw
don't
in
have at least
Somnium
some
earlier.
Reality.
Yes, I believe Iris actually witnessed those events.
Let's see how to say Peter. Are all memories real? Summarize for me. I didn't learn anything from speaking with Boss and Pewter. If anything, the mystery only grew deeper. Pewter shook me from my thoughts.
Dante, it looks like Iris is about to wake up.
Got it.
I headed to the sync room. Let's go. I mean, presumably they're not going to just let her go now.
Hey, Iris. About that dream earlier.
Dream? What dream?
There is no point in asking her, Date. The subject of a sync does not experience somnium in the way that you do.
I thought she was just lying again.
They will not remember it.
Then what about the Cyclops killer from 6 years ago?
Cyclops killer? I remember hearing it on the news. But I was just a little girl. I don't remember anything specific.
You don't?
No.
What about the scene of the murder?
I don't know. I've never been there.
But...
Been where?
Dreams are pieced together from memories, even repressed subconscious ones.
Her mother could have done them. No, because remember...
You can't dream of something you know nothing about.
Because her mom, her right arm doesn't work. Remember? She can't shake hands with her right... Wait, no, she received an injury that caused that. I don't know if that would have happened before or after. No, that was from a car accident from a long time ago, she said. So she can't use her right arm. And in the one shot, I mean, there's the strangulation where both hands were used. Then there was the one with the rock, where I'm pretty sure they used the right hand. So I don't... the mother could have, I guess, but only if the car accident happened after the murders, which I don't... I thought she said that was longer ago. Actually, no, it would make sense if the mother did it, because that would explain why she dragged her kid along, although kind of also would ask the question of why. It would make more sense than some random stranger having her there. Yeah, that's why my Iris was there.
We do not have enough evidence to hold her.
She's clearly witnessed several murders. What?
Law demands that we release her.
I don't understand what the law is in this
You cannot
game.
decline, Date.
Who dies next? Is it Iris? Is it her mom? I still think the mom is going to die soon. There's no way she survives much longer. I mean, we've literally seen her dead in the very first Somnium.
Date, could we make a stop first?
Sure. Where?
Marble. It's a bar in Golden Yokocho.
You know about that place?
That's a specific thing to be aware of.
Yeah, Mr. Okiura took me before.
Why do you want to go there?
There's something I want to talk about.
We can't talk here?
It might take a while.
What do you think?
I mean, yeah,
There's
clearly
no reason to
we go
refuse.
and investigate, but like...
Besides, there's a lot I want to ask her, too.
She could have just wanted McDonald's like a normal person.
Alright, sure.
Go through the drive-thru, don't have to deal with this. Why did we give her back her phone? Is she sending a Nile message to someone? I was curious, but I didn't want to pry. We're gonna get fucking jumped, aren't we? We're gonna show up at this sketchy bar, we're gonna get our asses beat. I turned the wheel and drove to Marble. Also, I love that they can't just be like, it's a text message. It has to be a Nile message. She's in the inferior of the Yakuza. This is her Orent Ishii moment. Oh no. Oh, I just realized Nile messages because all of this shit is connected to like Egyptian mythology shit. Iris, Horus, all that stuff has been happening. I really hope that this doesn't turn into too much of that. Alright. Let's head into Mama's bar. Oh, never mind. We don't get... Wait. Why are we here if Mama's not here? Best character. Wait.
Tessa!
Oh, Ota!
Don't tell me you weren't expecting him here. Isn't your phone broken?
No, this is my new one. You're thinking of the one I dropped in that puddle.
Okay. Where's Mama?
Oh, she left a little while ago. She said something about going to help an acquaintance. She told me to watch the place until she got back.
How well do you know Mama?
Not at all. It's my first time here.
I wasn't particularly surprised. Mom has always depended on the kindness of strangers ever since she opened Marble. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I feel like she's up to something else. I never thought I'd run into you here. I mean, it's a bar.
I was nihiling with Tessa earlier. She said she was going to Marble, so... I got here just before you did. Look, I was
So Mama
really
doesn't
worried about her.
She doesn't
She was about to be charged with a serious crime.
What was that thing about?
This actually works out nicely. I want to ask you something, Ota. It's about a Nile message you sent Iris. You said you wouldn't tell anyone about that thing. That you'd stay quiet no matter what. What were you talking about?
He's just not gonna tell.
Well,
I'll tell her about the two-witter thing. I swear I'll do it.
Geez, fine. Just don't tell anyone else, okay? But before I tell you, who's that?
Who? Uh-oh.
What?
At the door. Someone's standing outside.
Oh, it won't even let me turn around. Oh, punched in the face. Oh, or just electrocuted. Oh. You know what? I did say that I figured we were going to get jumped. I didn't think it was going to be by them, but... Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, so... When I woke up, I was lying on the sofa.
Where am I?
My eyes had been removed. My head was killing me and my memory was foggy. Oh shit, is no, Mama. I felt a sudden pain in my neck. Oh, Mama's... Okay, never mind. Mama's... I'm a little bit concerned about that. I shot up, rubbing my neck. When I looked over the counter, I saw a monster staring back at me. It took me a few seconds before I realized it was just Mama.
It looks like you're awake now.
As Mama spoke to me, it all came rushing back. I remembered everything. His eye is missing, though. They took it. Where's Ota?
Ota? The boy I asked to watch the bar?
I'd say he's too old to be called a boy, but yeah.
He was already gone when I came back. All I saw was you getting your beauty sleep on the floor.
Damn it, Ota. What are you thinking?
Oh, never mind, he does have the eye. Okay.
It appears that he took off with Iris.
And he just had the one eye closed.
What were you doing during all this?
My power was shut down due to the stun gun. I have rebooted in safe mode and am now operational.
Alright, Mama. Why didn't you wake me up?
I tried. You wouldn't budge. I thought you were passed out drunk, so I left you like that.
It doesn't speak very well to our reputation.
But I didn't have a glass in front of me, right?
So you weren't drunk?
Didn't have a single drop.
Oh, I thought you were drinking straight out of the bottle.
She's polishing a dried fish, I believe, which is part of her daily routine that they do not explain, that they even say, like, makes no sense.
Just like the old days.
It's the fucking, what is it? The, Fifth Harmony, when they do the performance of Work and they're just, like, hammering on the side of a tire. Like, that's what she's doing.
It'll be 3 o'clock soon. In the morning, of course.
Who's phoning us?
Date, the boss is calling.
Oh, how am I gonna report this one?
Has there been another murder?
Date, listen. Stay calm, but this is an emergency.
Who died?
Just now, the killer... Well, just watch the video. I sent the address to Iba.
A video? Oh.
Iris.
I mean, she's still alive, but oh, her eye has been removed, and doesn't seem like she's gonna be alive for much longer.
The criminal is streaming this live.
Iba, the source.
Identified. The Okiura Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse, Koto District.
Okiura?
Date, focus. We need to get to the site, now.
I thanked Mama and ran out of marble. Okay, so where's Oda at? Because, I mean, presumably he wouldn't do this to her, but clearly
What's
they're
our
wrapped up in
ETA?
this in some capacity.
Our destination is far from here.
Oh.
20 minutes at the fastest.
Please, please let me make it in time.
Like,
that sick bastard.
Yeah, like it's. What the fuck is up? A polar? The fact there's a skip button is not encouraging.
Tessa! Hold on! I'll save you!
Okay, so Oda's still there.
Ota!
Oh, don't pull. Okay, never mind, that does turn it off. Okay. I thought that was gonna lower it. It was gonna be some saw trap bullshit.
Stay away from Tessa! Ah!
Gunshot. I don't know if it's even a message to Date necessarily. Like, why would he... Yeah, this kid's gonna get fucking murdered, and I have a tough time feeling anything other than I told you so. But, like, I don't think these are people... Like, Shoko was someone he knew, but he wasn't super close to, I don't think. Renji was a friend, but, like, they weren't the most close, I don't think. And Iris, he just met, like, 2 days ago, it seems like. Yeah, I don't know what's happening either. My heartbeat was pounding in my ears, shaking me to the core. How much time had passed? The feeling of time itself had disappeared. Eventually, the car reached a long bridge. Shortly after, the image changed. The live stream... Wait, is the live stream still going? She's not breathing anymore.
No, it can't be.
Not a lazy killer.
No.
Yeah, that's true. But she's stopped moving.
Stop!
Like, she's not breathing anymore. I know it's not the most important thing. This is some incredibly distracted driving. Oh shit, they really are just gonna show that, huh? Yeah. Past tense.
No!
Yeah, right? It's a lot of whiplash going on in this game. Going from like, haha, a bunch of silly bowling balls falling all over the place, oops, and things exploded, to like, I think this is the goriest thing that's shown up in any of these games so far. Alright, we're at the warehouse district. She did say she was gonna die soon. But yeah, that's I didn't really think she was gonna die there, to be honest. Yeah, literally, oh, wait. What? Hey, look, a barrel. Those are sure familiar looking. What is going on here?
Ota.
Okay, well, it wasn't the 18-year-old getting sawed in half. It was like the 15-year-old getting sawed in half. That's different. Police headquarters. Why couldn't we have just gone to fucking McDonald's? Wait, am I being investigated now?
There you are. Finally. I was looking all over for you.
Who are we looking for?
It's rare to see you down like this.
Oh, okay.
But it's understandable. You blame yourself for this, don't you? Beating yourself up about taking Iris to Marble, and about letting Ota get the upper hand on you. Am I right? Shall I tell you what Investigation HQ thinks? Ota Matsushita is a criminal stalker who committed murder-suicide.
That doesn't...
Ota had a selfish love for Iris. He was under the delusion that Iris loved him too. But Iris refused Ota. So Ota decided that he and Iris should be together in the afterlife, killed her, then killed himself.
That doesn't make any sense with the live stream. Oh, cool. And we get to watch it again. That's fun. Although... yeah, the live stream clearly shows that
That's
something
ridiculous.
else was going on differently.
Ota would never kill Iris.
Like, it's... the live stream clearly wasn't an actual live stream. Because the corpse we saw on the table was not the corpse that was on the table when the live stream ended. And Ota fought off the person in the bear costume first. What is going on?
And how do you explain the other two murders?
Oh, she
Iris's left eye was hollowed out. Just like Renju and Shoko.
Oh god, yeah, really, it is some Danganronpa 2 double kill. Ota's eye wasn't taken, though.
Those three murders were
Right?
definitely
He had
executed
both
by
of
the same
his.
person. The new Cyclops killer. There's no way that's Ota. Too many pieces don't fit. Too many contradictions, like killing Iris.
Such as?
Alright, thanks for stopping by, Anna Maria. Have a good evening. What is going on here, though, in this case? So, boss. Ota did have an incentive to kill Renju, because Renju and her clearly had something going on that he would have been jealous of. Ota's behavior during the video. I mean, it could have just been an act. No, I think they confirmed that. They said that Iris is dead. And also
Ota showed himself on the stream.
She was still no longer breathing in the video. But I think whatever killed her happened off screen.
If he was going to kill Iris and then himself, why would he do that?
And he might want to look like... Her body was there. Her murder is included in this.
The only reason you would show yourself like that is to prove that
just
you
wasn't on
weren't
the
the
table.
culprit.
I don't understand what's going on
Ota
with
and the
that.
polar bear on the screen at the same time would prove that they're not the same person. That behavior would be totally unnecessary if he was going to commit suicide anyway.
Well, maybe he wasn't planning on dying at first.
No.
After he killed Iris, he realized that he couldn't live with himself.
But then why would he kill Iris in the first place? Because
So he lies down on the workbench and turns on the ice cutting machine himself? I don't buy it.
Yeah, the whole argument is that his motive is that it's a murder-suicide because he wanted to be with her in the afterlife or whatever. So for that to be the case, it would have had to have been pre-planned as a murder-suicide. Wouldn't really work if he was planning that as a murder. Yeah, I mean, we'll ask this one, even though I'm pretty sure
Maybe
they
he
will.
was thinking like this. The reason Iris and I can't be together is because her agency prohibits it, making the president, Renju, the ultimate bad guy in his mind.
Mizuki
No.
is Ota's close friend. Do you really think Ota would kill his friend's father?
I mean, yeah, I think he could, but I don't think he did. Oda had no incentive to kill Shoko. He didn't even know that was her
Shoko
mother.
was married to Renju.
He didn't know that.
Maybe he was trying to get at Renju by killing her.
That's a stretch. They've been divorced for years. Ota knows all about it. He wouldn't use Shoko to get to Renju.
Use Mizuki, he doesn't use anyone. But also, he didn't know that Shoko and Renju were married. He didn't put two and two together on that until just recently. What about the polar bear costume?
The culprit was wearing a polar bear costume, probably to hide their identity. But if murder-suicide was the plan, the costume served no purpose.
That's true.
There are some additional discrepancies. I analyzed the investigation report. Judging by his wound, Ota was stabbed in the side by a kitchen knife or something similar.
Are you sure?
I am.
Mama. Told the boss what Aiba found. If it turns out that it was Mama with that fucking fish that she's been cleaning, I'm gonna lose my mind. I hope it is. That would be the funniest outcome.
Oh, I know that.
Well?
Ota could have stabbed himself.
Why?
Maybe he thought it would be a fatal wound, but when it didn't work, he went for the ice cutting machine.
Then, shouldn't we have recovered the kitchen knife from the scene?
Maybe he threw it in the ocean.
Or also two cars
Boss,
outside.
come on. Ota goes out to the water, stabs himself in the gut, throws the knife over the side, then walks back to the warehouse?
Well, I wasn't being serious. I didn't think Ota was the culprit from the beginning. I was just playing devil's advocate for HQ.
Really?
Yes, really.
Anyway, Ota didn't kill anyone, and he didn't kill himself. Here's what I think happened.
Stay away from Tessa!
Ota knew Iris was kidnapped, so he rushed onto the scene.
I just don't get how
That's
they
when he
got
saw
to
the
that.
culprit wearing the polar bear costume.
They were together. When did they get
He
separated?
tried to fight him off, but ended up being stabbed in the side. He was weakened and losing blood at the culprit's mercy. The culprit forced him into the costume, then under the ice cutting machine.
That's true too. None of this accounts for the fact that like they clearly planned to tase us and knock us out. Which, like, I think they were in league with the killers, or they were related, like they were connected to them in some way, and this was some sort of a double cross.
And then...
Then
They've shown the body of Tessa.
who is the culprit?
I wish I knew.
We're up to 4 victims. But Ota was a special circumstance. He wasn't specifically targeted by the culprit.
Yeah, and this is the thing too, is that Tessa / Iris, Shoko, Renju all had their eyes pulled out. Ota didn't. Ota wasn't like a... Whoever is doing this is targeting his victims for a specific reason. And whatever that reason is, it isn't something that includes Ota. He's just incidental.
And he was the only one to not have his eye pulled out.
Also, all of them have had their eyes
So
pulled
let's
out while
focus
they
on
were
the
still
3
alive.
other victims. Shoko, Renju, and Iris. What connects these 3?
Connections.
If you find a connection between the victims, you find a connection to the culprit. That's the theory of investigation, right?
You think the new Cyclops killer is related to them somehow?
Maybe, maybe not. But it's a good starting point.
I mean, it has to be somebody who's related to all of this. Honestly, Mayumi seems like a decent
Mayumi
shot.
had motive for killing Iris and Renju.
But not really Shoko, unless there was an
Mayumi
insurance
hated
case.
Iris, and she didn't think well of Lemnis Gate either. And since Renju is the president... Anyway, the weak point is Renju's ex-wife, Shoko. I can't imagine why Mayumi would kill her. And above all else, she would
Oh,
never harm
fuck,
her
that's
only
right.
son, let alone kill him.
Her stupid flower knife. But why? I do think if it was Shoko, if she killed Shoko because she got scammed by the insurance thing, that might be it. But I'm trying to... Well, they've also... No, they've talked about Renju having a lover, but they haven't mentioned who that was. Anyways, Momo.
Renju and Shoko were connected to the Kumakuras. But there's no connection to Iris.
Yeah, the polar bear costume song is, or Talbot is just a mascot. Congressman Ko Tsushima.
Renju, Shoko, and So. There is a connection between Renju and Shoko through the Kumakuras. But again, I can't see any clear link to Iris.
Me. I'm gonna check everything else first.
Mizuki has the strongest connections with all three victims. Shoko and Renju were her parents, and she was close friends with Iris.
This would be so much for this kid.
She was good friends with Ota too.
She wouldn't have had an opportunity to do that to Renju.
But that's why I could never believe Mizuki would kill all four of them. Thinking of her as a suspect is ridiculous.
Iris's mother Hitomi.
Hitomi and Renju are definitely linked.
I mean,
They were
knew each
high
other in
school
high school.
classmates.
It's not really that much. of a
And she
link.
did say that she met Shoko twice. But I can't imagine she would kill Iris in such a gruesome way. No matter what the circumstances were.
Also, again, her right arm
it seems
doesn't work,
impossible to
and
me.
the right arm was used for the switch. I'm pretty sure. Me. Oh fuck.
I know Renju and Shoko.
New.
And I'm connected to Iris.
Was connected.
But I have an alibi. Aside from Shoko, there's no way I could have killed any of them. No, now that I think about it, Shoko too. I don't remember killing her.
Oh, okay.
My memories from 6 years ago are missing, but I still have my memory of recent events. And if I start doubting myself now...
Mama knows them all, but I don't know if she
Date,
knows them enough.
I can say without a doubt that there is zero possibility you are the new Cyclops killer.
They're so certain.
I have
about
been
this.
working with you for years. I know better than anyone that you are innocent.
I thought it over, boss. Of the people I know, I can't peg any of them as the murderer.
And no leads to pursue?
No.
Then there's only one thing you can do. Continue your investigation. Do whatever it takes to get the culprit. To get justice for the victims.
You're right. Got it, boss.
Why do I apparently live in like a decrepit old warehouse? Let's talk to Mama.
Are you okay, honey?
Huh?
About last night. Well, at 3 in the morning, anyway.
You know about it?
It's on every channel. You have the face of a ghost. Do you want a glass?
I don't need a drink. I need information. Do you have anything?
Well, let's see. I do have... I suppose you could call it intuition.
Tell me.
The Kumakuras are involved in this case. Remember what I told you before? That there's a relationship between Ren and the Kumakuras?
Yeah, we already knew that.
Shoko also has a relationship with them. You know about her dealings with the Kumakuras, right?
Why are we talking about everything in the present tense as if these people aren't dead?
So basically, 2 of the victims are linked to the Kumakuras. That must mean they're involved somehow, right?
Not 2, 3.
3?
Iris.
Iris?
No, not that one. The boy. He came here last night?
Ota?
Yes, from Matsushita Diner. He's linked to the Kumakuras as well.
How is Oda connected?
Have you heard the rumor?
His father is a gangster. Mama told me a story similar to Aiba's. It's So Sejima in the Kabasaki district. The basic idea is this. 8 years ago, So sold all of his land in the Kabasaki district for 30 billion yen. Half a year later, an explosion at the chemical plant caused the land prices to drop drastically. So bought back the land for 1 billion yen. Almost like he knew beforehand that the accident would happen. Did So blow it up or conspire to blow it up? No, that wouldn't make sense. It actually would make sense, but okay. So wouldn't gain anything from that, except for, again, $29 billion. He would end up with 29 billion in cash and 1 billion in land, the net zero. But if the land wasn't worth what it was supposed to be, whatever. But there's more to the story. That's So in the Kabasaki district.
The Kumakuras own a handful of real estate companies. They of course look legit, but they're Yakuza fronts. I'll call those real estate companies the KE to keep it simple for you. The KE followed in So's footsteps. They bought up land in Kabasaki.
That's So in the Kabasaki district.
Now, back to So. Have you heard of the plans for the casino in Kabasaki? So was the one who came up with it.
I was born and raised in Kabasaki. I remember the landscape of my childhood, and I loved it dearly. But look at Kabasaki now. When I see images of the destruction on television, my heart aches like it's being chopped to pieces. But I promise you, I will revive the Kabasaki district at any cost. Casino Town Kabasaki will give new life to the city.
After that, So moved fast. He submitted the bills he needed to the National Assembly after drumming up support in the right places. The bills passed, and it became an official government initiative.
Decontamination efforts therefore increased at a rapid pace in the Kabasaki district. At the moment, the area is still considered off-limits. However, the air in Kabasaki is currently purified to such an extent that it has no negative effect on the human body.
Okay. So then this was the long con. He had the land there. He sold it all at 30 billion yen. Blew up the chemical plant, tanked the price. Everything went down to 1/3 of what it was. He bought it back for 1 billion yen. Then he used his power in the Diet to, I think it's the Diet, National Assembly, whatever, to force the government to take action, spending taxpayer money to do a rapid detox of the area. So instead of, like that way, eventually when it was detoxed and the casino was put in, the property values would go back up. His property would go back to being worth probably what it was before or even more. So that's the
If
motive?
the plan goes smoothly, land prices in Kabasaki are going to skyrocket. And all that land is owned by the KE. And by So himself.
Mm-hmm.
The land he bought back for 1 billion will be worth 10 times that soon.
He's involved in some shady business.
What's So in the Kabasaki district?
This is just another rumor, but the chemical plant exploding was no accident. It was done intentionally.
I mean, obviously.
By So and the Kumakuras, you mean?
But there's no hard evidence of that. It's just gossip.
What about Oda and the Kumakuras?
What were we talking about again?
Ota and the Kumakuras.
Oh, right. You know how Matsushita Diner is close to the Kabasaki district? The chemical plant explosion made times hard. Foot traffic went down, sales declined. No wonder it closed down. Ota must hold a grudge.
Closed down?
Someone caused that explosion. And if it was intentional, oh, he'd hate them even more. That's how I link Ota to the Kumakuras.
Isn't it still open, though? Whatever. Say goodbye.
Thank you, Mama. I don't know if what you told me will lead to anything, but...
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to waste your time.
No, it was very helpful.
I'm glad I can help, even if it's just a little.
Well then, be seeing you.
Come back anytime.
Mama is polishing a dried bonito. I didn't think the diner was closed. They've never said that, I don't think. Right? The diner was open. That's a Shida diner. Alright. The place was silent. It was so quiet I felt like I could hear the floating dust. I stepped inside. I thought it was empty, but I saw a shadow in the corner of my eye. It was Mayumi. It was like watching a decaying old tree cling pathetically to the earth. About Ota. I'm sorry to interrupt. Where's your fancy knife? Do you want to talk about it?
This is your fault. I heard from the police. Because you didn't take care of Iris, my boy Ota got involved.
Date, I looked into the investigation report. Mayumi confirmed Ota's body early this morning.
I see.
I'm sorry. I want to be alone right now. Did you not hear me? I said leave!
Date, let's go. She is in no state to talk.
Yeah, you're right.
You're still not off the fucking hook, Mayumi. This is kind of sad. It'd be a pretty brutal way to lose a loved one. Let's go to the cold storage warehouse, see what's going on there. I do still think she's still a prime suspect to me because I can't think of anyone. I mean, I guess Mama has her dried fish, which I don't know, maybe that thing's sharp enough. But only one character notably has a fucking kitchen knife. The air conditioning wasn't running, but it was still cold. The temperature hadn't raised much at all. The cold air sunk into my skin. I think if she did kill him, it was an accident. She thought she was defending him from someone else or something. I don't know. Cold air sunk into my skin. The center of my body was burning hot. Any clues?
No, nothing so far.
The inspector is doing his duties as usual. Bloodstained bead. This Ota's blood. Evidence marker. I don't think this could be Ota's. Box. It's empty. Cardboard box. Nothing in it. Damn, no solid snake.
There are only a few items on the shelf.
Is this warehouse not in use?
Forklift.
This forklift is old. It does not appear to be functional. It has not been moved in some time.
But the other one is functional, I guess? Let's say A. Iris and Ota's blood.
A video camera and laptop. This is what the criminal used to stream. All of these items have been bought from pawn shops and thrift stores. It would be difficult to determine a suspect from them. I have logged into the Wi-Fi in this warehouse. Okiura Fishery Co., Ltd. is listed as the owner.
Wait, Okiura. Isn't that Renju
However,
Okiura?
I found the password written directly on the router. Anyone who saw it could have used it. I have done some research. As the name suggests, the company is owned by the Okiuras. The same Okiuras we know. Renju's father created the company.
Oh, okay.
Another connection to Renju.
No, actually. Currently, Okiura Fishery has nothing to do with Renju. The company has been managed by office representatives for the past 17 years after Renju's father died. Renju holds no shares and is not involved in the management. In short, Renju did not inherit the company from his father, and it was instead given to other persons.
So I guess the question is, who are the persons?
But it can't be a coincidence.
It certainly is suspicious.
I checked this place point by point, but didn't find nothing.
I need to run to the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Also, I checked my phone while it was gone. I just hit 8,000 on YouTube. Feels fucking surreal. Anyways, okay. Let us move on to... I think the workbench is... or shelves with boxes. I haven't seen any clues here. Overhead crane. A hook is hanging from the ceiling crane. Shelves. Nothing particularly suspicious. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's anything else other than workbench.
Right here.
Wait,
Iris and Ota were.
That workbench was in Iris's dream. Like in her Somnium, right?
I am sure you are already aware of Ota's time of death.
Just before I arrived. About 3:30 in the morning.
And the cause of death.
Right, about that. Ota had a stab wound from a kitchen knife in his side.
Correct.
What was the exact cause of death? Was it the knife wound, or...?
I cannot determine that. I can conclude that the knife wound was at least close to being fatal.
That's right. I thought there might also...
Even if Ota was still alive on the workbench, he was certainly on the verge of death. If he weren't already extremely weak, we would expect to see more signs of struggle.
Maybe Ota was trying to help Iris jumping at the criminal. That led to a scuffle, and Ota ended up with a knife wound in his side. Lost all his power to fight back. was forcibly put inside the costume, then finally cut open by the ice cutting machine.
But why? Why did the culprit put the costume on Ota?
To create confusion. That's not a good Clue quote. I need to make a video about Clue so that everyone else knows my quotes when I reference it in videos or whatever. Because otherwise I just sound like a crazy person. Iris and Ota were sliced in two by this ice cutting machine. Iris and Ota.
Iris's estimated time of death and cause of death have been confirmed. The video was not a recording. It was a live stream, filmed in real time.
Which means Iris's time of death is 3:20 a.m.
Which also means that Ota died before that. Didn't they say he died at 3?
Iris also had her left eye removed.
Yeah.
And like Renju and Shoko, Iris's left eyeball has not been recovered.
Oh, 3:30, okay.
Date, we should get moving. Officers from the local jurisdiction are checking the warehouse thoroughly. We will not find anything of importance here.
Yeah, you're right.
You can ask CSI to inform you if they find anything.
I mean, it would make sense for him to have died first, right? Because he went and attacked whoever the fuck was in the polar bear costume before the thing was brought down. Although she stopped breathing before the blade was brought down on her. Like when it showed the final clip, she hadn't been breathing. She'd been very visibly breathing beforehand. So I don't know if I believe that she died when the blade hit her. Or at least something else happened to her in the interim that put her very near death. I don't know.
Alright.
I think that's pretty much everything we had. Ice cutting machine. Forklift A. Tire and it are covered with a layer of ice. Oh. Okay. Inspector, I'm heading out. Let me know if you find anything. I let them know and left the warehouse. When I left the warehouse, I saw Pewter. Why's Pewter here? What is he doing here? He walked up to me while I was trying to work it out.
Date, I have to talk to you about something.
Huh?
About the original Cyclops serial killings.
Oh, finally, we're getting some fucking insight.
Why this all of a sudden?
Because I want you to solve this case, Mr. Date. I want you to find who did this and bring them to justice.
Peter,
so, if I can help you, even a little...
Than I would have thought.
Why didn't you say anything at Abyss?
The boss was there. I couldn't speak openly in front of her. So I decided to meet you here.
What's up with boss?
Alright. Let's hear it.
Earlier, I told you that I was completely certain the original Cyclops killer couldn't have committed these crimes. I am absolutely certain the original Cyclops killer could not have committed these crimes. Let me explain why. I'll start by telling you the identity of the Cyclops killer.
It's me.
Although, it's more accurate to say killers.
Oh.
More than one?
In the first series of killings, the culprit had an accomplice.
Oh, okay, so it was
one of them
me
was
and
born
Iris.
a murderous psychopath. The other is Rohan Kumakura,
Wait.
the previous chairman of the Kumakuras.
Me and Rohan, then?
They each had a role to play. The murderer committed the homicide, and Rohan removed the eyeball.
Why? He's really just gonna stand there all sassy. Like, what's up with the barrier? Hologram barrier. Okay, cool. Who's the murderous psychopath? It's me.
He was born with a brain dysfunction. Due to damage to the posterior pituitary gland, he was unable to properly secrete oxytocin.
Oxytocin is a peptide hormone linked to feelings of love, affection, and trust. It is colloquially referred to as the love hormone. It causes a tranquilizing effect which improves mood and relieves stress.
Yeah, like, it really feels like one of these people is a lot more invested in the crime than the other. The other one's just, like, one guy's out there as a murderous psychopath. The other one's just like, let me just snag a little eyeball while I'm at it. Like, what the fuck?
It is normally secreted when the body makes contact with an object of affection, such as an embrace or caress.
I'm sure you know what this implies, but he was unable to feel love in the way that we do. However, he was able to experience a substitute. His brain was wired in such a way that allowed him to feel satisfaction through other means. Due to the unique idiosyncrasies of his brain, he was able to release large amounts of dopamine and endorphins by performing a certain action.
Murder.
What was it?
Murder.
Dopamine is a hormone linked to the reward system of the brain. The pleasant feeling attained through accomplishment is dopamine.
Like, it has to be Date.
Endorphins are a kind of brain narcotic. They dull pain and create a feeling of happiness.
He got pleasure from killing people?
It's slightly more complicated than that. Killing people was the only way he could get pleasure. He was 12 when he took his first life.
I mean, Iris was 12 when the first killings happened. They don't know that it was a he. It could have just been Iris. Could have been the
pleasure
killer.
of murder, which he would do
wait,
again
fuck.
and again.
We know that she's like a straight up manipulator. That happens right at the very beginning when she gets Oda to hold the camera to get the blackmail footage of her hugging Date. So is this a revenge streak? What's going on? Why did the Cyclops case get classified?
That, I don't know.
The details of the original Cyclops serial killings case have become nebulous over time. Even the official investigation material contains nothing of value. I am unable to draw any conclusions from them.
Thank you very much, Iba.
You really have no idea?
If I did, I would tell you.
Oh, Rohan.
18 years ago, Rohan took a woman's eye. She was already dead. He put his finger into her eye socket and gouged it out. The reason why was simple. He was fascinated by women's eyes.
That's
Their beauty
normal.
stimulated his greed and his desire to possess them. He needed to have them, to make them his own.
Sorry, just to clarify. This one isn't the psychopathic killer. That's somebody else. Gotta say, that feels like we're making a bit of a... right way to put it. It feels like we're drawing a line in the sand where one doesn't really exist between the eyeball guy and
Driven
the murder
by
guy.
this instinctive impulse, he took the woman's eye. From then on, he acquired a grotesque obsession with the eyes of dead women. He was very particular about his need that the eye belonged to a deceased woman.
Okay, yeah, so
but
it isn't
even
him.
being the head of a Yakuza gang, there weren't too many opportunities for him to indulge.
Yeah, so, I mean, A, we already know that he's already locked up, or he's dead. He committed suicide a year ago or whatever when he walked off a building, and he's been in an insane asylum since before that. But he was gouging out women's eyes because he was fascinated with them. None of these people, like, A, everyone's eyes were removed while they were still alive. Maybe that's the issue with Oda. Maybe he died before the eye could be removed. That's why the person who was doing this didn't want it.
His deepest, darkest desire went unfulfilled for years. However, he soon met his ideal partner, the aforementioned psychopath. The Cyclops killer would commit the murder, and Rohan would take the eye. Thus, a mutually beneficial relationship was established. This was the origin of the Cyclops serial killings. At about the same time, you were assigned to Abyss.
Summarize for me.
The original Cyclops killer had an accomplice.
There were 2 Cyclops killers.
No, there was
And
one
one of them
Cyclops
was
killer
the
and
former
accomplice.
chairman of the Kumakuras, Rohan Kumakura.
Rohan committed suicide by jumping to his death 1 year ago.
That means... Pewter, tell me this. One of the original killers is dead, I know that. But that means one remains. Who is he?
You know that they were 12.
After his fourth murder, he was arrested by the police. They actually picked him up on other charges. But, in any case, he is currently serving a life sentence in Fuchu prison.
That's the person who
Fuchu
warned
prison?
us.
Yes.
What's his name?
In prison, he doesn't have a name.
86.
He is simply called
89.
Number 89.
Yeah, that was close.
Number 89.
That was who had the phone call.
Killed Shogunadami.
So, now you know why I said that. That the original Cyclops killer couldn't have committed these crimes. Because one is dead, and the other is behind bars. Neither of them had the opportunity.
This character design is just forever, like, you even got the snatch waist and everything. Incredible. I mean, I think what he means is, like, he couldn't say this in front of Boss because Boss is bound by the secrecy, by the confidentiality that she's required to maintain. Date residence. I still don't, like, does this not look like the side of an abandoned building? I've gone to buildings like this in the past, and it is Sagan residence. Let's check out there first. I'm assuming that when we go to the Date residence, something's actually going to happen. Sagan residence, Monday. When I visited the Sagan household, I found Hitomi with a hollow look in her eyes. She let me in and asked me to sit on the sofa. Yeah, see, she's holding her right arm. She can't move it. I agreed and sat down. But after that, I couldn't say a single word. The flowers are wilted out. Oh shit. The heavy silence weighed on both of us.
In the language of flowers, the iris means good news and hope. When I saw the flowers this morning, I just knew something good would happen.
You might have been whistling a little bit too much Dixie there.
Iris.
The winter iris is blooming. Okay, well, it's not wilted, at least. What about Oda?
Oda was one of my students. I taught him in elementary school. I heard it from the police. Oda tried to help Iris and ended up... I don't know what to say. I have no words.
Honestly, I think a big part of why this game works a lot better than some of the other ones is because there's some elementary workbooks on the table. Is because the voice actors seem like really solid in kind of a very sad way. Steam is rising from the tea. The low table. Cushion. Let's see if there's anything else going on here. Tommy is sitting on the sofa. Cupboard. Bookshelf. Standing lamp. Shelves. Mysterious object. A calendar and a strange object on the shelf. Yeah, what is... That looks so familiar. What do I recognize that from? Shoebox. Yeah, her toes are still weirdly rendered. I haven't been gaming all day. I've started playing around 2:30 because that was when the video went live and the first people would have stopped watching it, so they might have come by. Streamed for... How long did I stream after that? Streamed from 2:30 to about 6:30. Took a half hour to go get some food, and then came back at about 7. And now I guess it's past 10. So a good amount of today. 3 hours for this stream, 4 hours for the last one. Alright, Hitomi. About Iris.
Iris was my everything. We always went everywhere together. Whether it was buying clothes, or going to the movies, or taking a walk, or going shopping at the supermarket.
Also, I just really want to play a bunch of games. I feel bad because I missed 2 streams today, or this week. I missed an Overwatch stream on Tuesday because I was too busy focusing on editing the video. And then on Thursday, I was just really not feeling well.
When she was young, she would just hold one of my fingers. Her hand was too small to hold mine. Then it was 2, then 3, and finally she could hold my hand. But eventually, she left my hands altogether. She started crossing her arms, being independent, even though she needed constant attention growing up.
She's just like me for real, though. Alright, hey, tell me about Iris.
Her memories are a part of this room. And always will be. When she was a baby, she fell off that sofa and cried and cried. One day, she tore up her picture book all over the floor here. Another time, she drew with crayons all over the window. She painted my portrait on Mother's Day. Scratches on the floor, chipped plates, burn marks on the table.
Yeah, this is
stains
really...
on the cushions. Everything you see. It all holds a memory of her. But...
This is a lot.
Why?
Hitomi's voice actor is fucking...
Hitomi,
she's giving it everything
my
she's
entire
got.
focus is on this case. Is there anything at all you can tell me?
Yeah.
I don't know if this is important,
It does a
but
lot with its characters.
No, please,
which I think really
tell me.
I may have
It
told you
shows.
this already. I met Renju's wife Shoko twice before. The first time at the wedding, the second time a month ago. That second time was in the waiting room of the prison.
Prison?
She was meeting with 89.
Acquaintance of mine from when we were younger. I visit them a few times a year. And by coincidence, I saw Shoko. I don't think she noticed me, but I recognized her as Renju's wife right away. She was there for the same reason I was, to visit one of the inmates.
Do you know who?
No, I don't. We didn't talk.
Which prison?
Fuchu Prison, in Tokyo.
Fuchu.
Prison?
Was she visiting?
I'm sorry to have bothered you.
Yeah, that's true, I guess. Because Iris... I mean, she said she was psychic, but this game doesn't seem like it's really leaned into that very much. Like, it seemed like they're mostly just playing that as a joke from her. But I mean, who knows? But she clearly witnessed something, and she saw the 2 people who were there, although she also saw that I was the killer. So...
I'll be going now.
I don't know what to do. Thinking about her. Dante, please, you have to catch them. Please. Please.
I will. Trust me.
This is a really sad moment. Squishy, you're absolutely ruining it. Because all I can think of now is that Christina Aguilera copy paste that was like, she was broke, she had nothing, she had one chance, and she got on that record, mad as hell. Okay, Date residence. What's going on here? Yeah, honestly, like, the voice acting performance of both of the moms is just like really, like, of Oda and Iris's moms are both just like the most. Oh right, Mizuki. That's who would be at the Date residence. She looked like a small animal frightened by a predator. Yeah, like, things are not going good for Mizuki. Cushion on the sofa. About Okiura Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse. She got mute again. About Iris. About Oda.
Mizuki must know. About Iris and Ota.
Of course. The news was distributed heavily across the internet. Not just in Japan, but worldwide. 3 days ago, Mizuki discovered her mother's body. 2 days ago, her father's. This morning, 2 of her best friends.
She wasn't there for her best friend.
It is completely understandable that she is at her mental limit.
Can I be left alone for a while?
Are you okay?
Yeah.
She certainly didn't seem so. But I can't stay by her side forever. You could be by her side for like 5 fucking minutes, Latte.
Contact Abyss. See if they can get Mizuki a good counselor.
Understood.
I stayed with her for a little while, but we didn't speak. Having nothing more to say, I left. Mizuki is staring at the floor. 3-seat sofa. The entrance, oven hood, my refrigerator, plot, condiments, kitchen, clothes. Mine and Mizuki's clothes. Iron pipe thing. Mizuki's favorite metal pipe. And a backpack. Yeah. This game was really... Those scientists were in that lab working fucking overtime trying to figure out exactly how many how many different kinds of trauma they could pile onto this one kid. It's an adder rabbit, a stuffed rabbit. I gave it to Mizuki on her birthday. What's up with the... Why does it look bandaged all over? And the pink on it looks a little bit like the blood. The audio equipment for an audio file. Mizuki's bed. I don't know what I'm looking for in here. I'm just assuming there's probably something eventually. A bench press. Oh, damn. Large window. So where do I sleep then? Whatever. Okay, let's just head out. Let's go to Abyss. I'm just so curious to figure out who the killer is. I'm assuming that there's different killers depending on the routes that you find. Or at least, like, different outcomes. Yeah, this game, like, I'm kind of surprised I hadn't heard about anyone talk. Like, I've heard people talk about, obviously, Danganronpa a lot. And Zero Escape shows up here and there. I don't think I've ever heard anyone talk about AI Somnium Files, which is weird, because this game is, like, genuinely really good. Return to boss's office to report. I'm sure that people have talked about it playing. It's just because I am not smart. But I didn't see her anywhere.
Where did she go?
Oh, she's dead too.
Well, she isn't always here, correct?
True.
Oh yeah, Uniboss. Or Uniboss's voice actress.
What are you doing?
I thought it would be easier to talk like this.
What do we have to talk about?
A summary of the investigation, perhaps?
What summary? We don't have anything new.
That's not true.
Huh?
I was curious, so I did some research. About number 89.
Yeah, let's talk 89. What's 89's real name? Or is
Unknown.
That... Oh, okay.
You don't know?
No such person is listed in the family registry. It is possible he is a foreigner, but his nationality is unknown. However, I believe it is safe to say that he was born and raised in Japan.
Who is 89? I mean, he was the
As
killer.
you know, he is an assassin with multiple confirmed kills.
Assassin?
He is currently serving a sentence at Fuchu Prison. He was imprisoned 6 years ago.
That's what Pewter told us.
After his 4th murder, he was arrested by the police.
They said they arrested, or he said that he was arrested for something else. What else was he arrested for? Was he arrested for the bombing of that chemical plant? Is that what it's going to turn out to be? What's the relationship between 89 and Shoko?
Unknown.
Oh, okay.
I cannot determine if they have any connection. Approximately 1 month ago, Hitomi Sagan witnessed Shoko in Fuchu Prison's waiting room. I am unable to say for certain that the person she was there to visit was number 89. After all, Fuchu Prison houses 2,000 inmates.
But number 89 knew Shoko's name.
I know who killed Shoko Nadami.
I mean, he would have known that from the news story.
That must mean that he knew her somehow.
It is possible.
About 89 in the news.
Pewter claims that there were 2 culprits behind the original serial killings. One was the former chairman of the Kumakuras, Rohan Kumakura.
But Rohan committed suicide last year.
That leaves 1 culprit still alive, number 89.
But number 89 couldn't possibly have committed these crimes. He was in jail when each of the murders occurred.
Correct. However, I do not believe it is accurate to claim that he had nothing to do with the incident.
I mean, yeah, presumably he would have...
I know who killed Shoko Nadami.
If he was telling the truth, his involvement is possible.
Let's talk to 89.
Let's talk to number 89.
I don't know if he's telling the truth or if he's full of it, but he's our last remaining loose end.
All right. However, we need not go to him. We can bring him to us. If we plan on syncing with him, it would be more efficient.
Can you arrange that?
Oh.
I can.
After cutting through some red tape, number 89 was brought to HQ. Or was to be brought to HQ. Goddamn Red Tape Reduction Act. It took considerable time to arrive. But for some reason, Boss never showed up. She's so fucking dead. If she's alive, I will be shocked. There's no way. Please HQ, Monday, 8:56 p.m. I think there's only 5 days in this, right? It goes till Tuesday. Weird. I liked her too. And we saw you in the first Somnium. You killed Nadami. Right?
Sorry to interrupt your busy day, but I need you to tell me something. I'd appreciate your cooperation.
Alright, 89. What's your name?
Number 89.
Your real name?
I don't remember.
Sure you don't. You're the original Cyclops killer, aren't you?
That's right. I was one of the culprits behind the case 6 years ago. One of the 2 Cyclops killers.
Where are you from?
Burkina Faso.
Burkina Faso is a republic in West Africa. Population 17 million.
I swear to God, I mean, you're not wrong. But
I don't
also,
have time for your jokes.
Yeah. Okay, we were just talking to 89 about that. You could not change him. He's literally not changeable. Do you know Shoko Nadami?
Yeah, I guess I do.
About a month ago, Shoko visited Fuchu Prison. Was she there to see you?
That's right.
What did you talk about?
Nothing special.
You're in no position to lie.
I'm not lying. She didn't come to hear me talk.
Then why did she come?
To meet me.
Meet you?
She probably just wanted to see me.
When did you first meet Shoko?
A long time ago. I don't remember exactly when.
What's your relationship to her?
A physical
Yeah,
one.
conjugal visit. Yeah. Okay. That
I'm kidding. She was just a business partner.
Oh, okay. I mean, I would have believed it. Who killed Shoko Nadami?
All right. Let's get right down to it. 2 days ago, you called Investigation HQ and said, I know who killed Shoko Nadami.
That's right.
Who?
Hey, don't be so hasty. We haven't agreed on a deal. You're gonna let me out of prison, right?
It's done. You've got a deal.
Why are we making a deal with this guy? Also... Oh, fuck. that first Somnium is going to be like a premonition of the future, right? Or it's going to be a time loop thing. Because he kills Iris's mom.
All right. But to explain it properly, I need to tell you a story.
Sure,
it
we
might
got all
take
the time
some
in the world.
time. Is that all right with you?
I've got nothing but time.
Then let's get started. The story of a lonely assassin.
Like, assassin feels like the wrong word. An assassin is like contract
Once
killer.
upon a time, there was a detective, full of righteous justice. Let's call him F. F found the evils of the world intolerable. F had no parents, no siblings, and grew up in an orphanage since he was born. He suffered every kind of abuse imaginable there. It led him to despise all the evils of the world. One day, F was chasing a thug down at the harbor. Someone wanted for the assault and murder of women.
Okay, I get it. I'll just throw down my knife. Here. And you lower your gun.
That's the ice factory in the background there. I swear to God. But no, this is the ice factory where the...
It's fine. I got nothing else on me.
That
I'll go
voice
quietly.
does sound really familiar.
You know, I have a history with hospitals. I've been going to a special hospital for a while.
Oh, is this just the mob boss?
Even if I get caught, it's all good. I'll come right back out again. What should I do next time?
I'm simply ignoring
Just
those
thinking
thoughts.
about it gets me excited.
Not these thoughts. Oh God. Nope. God damn.
The culprit was unarmed, but F never served a day in prison. The case went to trial for some time, but it was determined to be self-defense, and he was declared innocent. If the truth got out, it would be a huge scandal for the police. People at the upper level were terrified of what might happen, so they had evidence fabricated. F wasn't suspended or disciplined at all. After a while, he returned to his job like nothing happened.
You know, I'm getting some commentary on police violence, I guess.
That was a turning point for him. He was ready to shed the morality that was weighing him down, holding him back.
This game is really
F
willing
still
to just
wanted
go places that
justice,
the others weren't.
and he was willing to dispense it to the immoral one by one. He became an assassin, a lone gunman, no agent, no employer. He was his own man. F believed that he was judge, jury, and executioner, but it didn't last long. One day, F got rid of a criminal we'll call X. X was responsible for defrauding and killing an innocent old man for his life insurance policy. Turns out, X had connections. Someone wasn't happy that he died. Rohan Kumakura, chairman of the Kumakuras. X was a top executive of the Kumakuras at the time. Rohan ordered his men to find and kidnap F.
I've done some research.
That pipe. Mizuki's favorite pipe.
I know you've cleaned up at least 18 pieces of scum from this earth. But somehow there hasn't been a single criminal investigation. They're all treated as suicides, accidents, or natural causes. Amazing work. I'm impressed. How about you work for us? Of course, you have the right to say no. But it'll be the last word out of your mouth.
F was trapped. Even if he somehow survived, he would be looking over his shoulder for the rest of his life. He had no choice but to take Rohan's offer. Thus, F's self-employment came to an end. He became a hired gun of the Kumakuras. Rohan even gave him a code name, Falco, named for the falcon, a bird of prey.
Melee character, or melee player.
Falco didn't quit his job as a police officer, though. He worked as a detective by day, assassin by night, at the will of the organization. An ordinary killer would need motive to take a life, but not Falco. He did as he was told, one target after another. It didn't take long to destroy his heart completely. Time passed, and a few years back, Falco, who by this time was exhausted in body and spirit, made a fatal mistake. He missed his mark and ended up taking a bullet to the stomach. Somehow he managed to escape. After reaching a nearby shrine, his legs finally gave out under him. He had no strength left. He put his back up against the shrine and let out a moaning breath that he thought might be his last. But at that moment, in his darkening vision, he saw a woman approach him. He watched her take out her phone and dial for help. At the same time, he heard footsteps. Footsteps of at least 2 people closing in. He knew immediately that they were after him.
That's the sweater, right?
He sprung into action, grabbing the woman and pulling her close, kissing her to keep her from talking.
I mean, sure, that's the way you could do that.
That was the first encounter between Falco and the woman. She was a teacher at some school.
Yeah,
it was like she was from a totally different world than him. Listening to her talk, he would forget everything about his line of work. She was his only contact with the ordinary, mundane world. They met in secret a few more times, and Falco felt his heart grow warmer. Her smile and kindness were like a cold glass of water for Falco's parched heart. Falco started to become himself again, his former self. He swore on his life that from then on, he would live for her.
So, you want to go clean? Fine. Do as you please. You've done a lot for us. But there is one last thing. One final job I want you to do for me. It's nothing major. This woman and her daughter.
Oh.
I need you to dispose of them. Should be simple, no?
It's gonna be...
Rohan handed Falco a picture of a woman and a girl.
Iris and her mother.
It was the teacher Falco met at the shrine. And her daughter. She had just turned 12. Why the 2 of them? Rohan, as usual, never gave a reason. And Falco had no intention of carrying out the kill. But if he didn't, he knew that someone else would. He thought long and hard. How was he going to keep them safe and get out of the life of crime? He couldn't find an answer, no matter how hard he thought. He was backed into a corner. So, he decided to call on an old friend for help. And then...
For some reason, he wouldn't open his mouth again. Why did you stop?
Why did you stop?
You mentioned a detective.
You mentioned a detective.
I'm assuming that was him. What's the connection between that and Shoko?
What's the connection between that and Shoko?
Why am I saying this if he's gonna say all of them?
Was that the whole story? Hey, answer me.
This is a transaction, remember? Until I get a guarantee that you'll uphold your end of the bargain, I'm not telling you anything else. I'll give you half up front, half later. If you want to hear the rest of my story, you better start the release procedures. Once they've cleared, I'll tell you everything.
Date, it is unlikely that number 89 will uphold his promise, even upon release.
Yeah, he's not somebody who's like falling in love. He's lying.
Pewter.
Yes?
Start the preparations.
For what?
What do you think? The sink.
Oh. We're probably gonna do this sync and then that'll be it for tonight. Just 'cause it's already almost hitting 4 hours for the stream.
I have injected number 89 with the usual dosage. He will not be waking up anytime soon. Are you ready, Agent Date?
Yeah,
The time limit is 6 minutes.
I know.
Then let's begin.
And their absolute money's worth out of that animation. Yeah, this game is kind of...
Sup?
No, not sup. Why are you sleeping on the job?
Because I want to, obviously.
Why are you getting mad at me?
Yeah, this rug feels so good.
Why are you suddenly a cat?
Playtime's over. Let's begin.
Then stand up.
Is this the Sagan residence?
It definitely is. But why?
Number 89. What were you up to? What? The green. I do not think I can pass through it.
Really wants to hide it, huh? Okay, new plan.
Somnium scan. Activate. This appears to correspond to the green thing.
Okay, so every like green thing we address seems to... 89 is hiding in the past. 89 is covered in a green membrane. I can't get close. I mean, I'm assuming that pot is kind of the main thing.
A switch. But there are thorns around it.
Yeah, like the first puzzle. Not yet. Can't address that yet.
A picture.
Just a picture.
Fill out.
I don't have a pen. No choice. I must use my blood.
I didn't realize
You don't have
that
to go
was...
that far.
That's
The color has
uncalled
returned.
for.
Hey, Iba?
I said blood, but it is not the same as human blood. No need to worry.
Oh, well then
And
everything's
besides, we are in a dream.
fine. Yeah, you just smeared a
Still,
child's drawing
blood?
with blood.
I'd feel better if you used a different word.
For example,
Body fluids?
No.
I do not feel comfortable with that. A phone. Should I pick it up?
Shit. Ignore. Jesus Christ.
It won't stop ringing.
And this is one of the mental locks.
It stopped. What was that?
I don't know.
Sure.
I guess it worked?
I don't think that was the right solution, but it is what it is. Let's liquid, book, ceiling fan, winter iris.
A winter iris that blooms in the cold.
I know.
Last time smelling it worked for us.
It smells
Kind
like
of.
a typical winter iris.
What does a typical iris smell like?
Elegant and gentle.
Can't you just tell me what it smells like?
I had to search online for a description, but could not find one.
Oh, right. I forgot about that.
So,
A winter
we'll use up one of these and get it out of the way. Let's pick it.
You can do it. I believe in you.
Stop it! You're distracting me! I got one! Aw, right after I pulled it out, too.
Did the green stuff react at all?
No.
Agent Date, you've got 5 minutes.
Go with the book.
A book?
Read it.
F does not have parents or siblings. He was raised in an orphanage.
F for Falco?
Prevent the disturbance from question marks.
There is some kind of liquid pooled
I'm assuming
on the
this
floor.
is going to be blood. I don't really like any of these. That being said, lick is the funniest answer. I'm pretty
Just
sure
don't
it's
make
gonna
a
be
mess.
blood.
I do not intend to. Hmm? This is...
Going back for seconds, you fucking
Wine?
weirdo. Oh,
I had better drink some more to be sure.
Stop it!
okay, so it's wine.
There is some kind...
Jump in, I guess?
Jump in, you say.
Jump in, Iba!
You do not have to shout.
You were being a cat like 30 seconds ago.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know why I listen to you.
What's up with the ceiling fan?
It's a ceiling fan.
Is that like a giant desk fan?
A desk fan only moves the air immediately around it, whereas a ceiling fan circulates air in an entire room.
Oh, right.
Let's hold on to it. I don't really know. Okay, so that didn't do anything. I think I'm making a lot of the wrong choices here.
A
I mean,
book?
the book, we didn't tear it before. Let's try tearing it.
Yeah! Are you sure this will help us uncover number 89's secrets?
It might. We're getting closer.
It's ringing again. What should I do?
Ignoring it takes a lot of time that we don't necessarily have. I'm loving this too. But I'm kind of thinking... Let's pick it up.
All right.
We ignored it the first time.
Who is this? What the?
What is... Oh, fuck. Okay.
I lost consciousness.
Okay, so we don't pick up the phone, turns out. Bad call. My bad. Oh. None of these are right. Shut up. I mean, we have to ignore it, but that's gonna take so much fucking time. I should have just ignored it first. 120 seconds. I don't even know how much I'm gonna have left to finish this. I have to do a reset.
It stopped. Aren't you curious who was calling?
I am curious, but what if they threaten me for money?
You're a police officer. Have some backbone.
Also, we know what happens when you pick up the phone. It just knocks you unconscious. It fucking flashbangs you. Yeah, it's really interesting.
I suppose we didn't do anything wrong.
At least you didn't faint.
Yeah, that just cut down my remaining time by a full 2 minutes. We're down to 2 minutes left.
You have less than 2 minutes.
A switch.
Hurry.
I don't know. Let's try to remove the thorns on it, I guess, and then flip
An
the switch.
astute observation. I will do that.
Visual comedy, yeah. It's real cool.
Ow! I can't pull them out.
Well, guess we have to investigate.
If you're fine with whatever happens... A switch.
Sure, flip the switch. I mean, we're just
This
wasting
switch
time this
again.
time.
Last time we handled it in a different manner.
That was then. This is now.
But there are thorns. You are aware that I am the one who feels the pain.
It's fine. It'll only hurt for a bit, then it'll be better.
Huh. Oh, it doesn't hurt. The light has turned on.
Interesting. Okay.
A floor lamp.
Oh, fuck.
Ah!
You better come up with a more intelligent solution.
Date, these are your instructions. A floor lamp.
We really do not have the time for any of this. Lift it up.
It is impossible. It is too heavy and hard.
Which is harder? That or what I've got in my pants?
Date, you're going to fucking prison.
Let's hit each with a hammer to test.
I withdraw.
That was... We're not gonna have enough time for this. We're gonna retry from lock 1. Just because I burned way too much time by fucking up with the... Okay. Yeah, we know the book is the right call.
A book?
And we know that tearing it is the right call from that.
Yeah! Are you sure?
It might.
A winter iris that...
I know.
Picking it? No.
You can do it.
Stop!
Skip ahead.
I got one!
Aw,
Did the green stuff...
Okay, so the phone. We just have
it's
to keep it
ringing
ring.
again. What should I...
Save as much time as possible on that. It's a stupidly long challenge, or a stupidly long task. Me getting a phone call from the CRA, just staring at my phone waiting for it to stop.
It stopped. Aren't you curious who was calling?
I am curious, but what if they threaten me from...
You're
Okay, we've already done this. So something to do with the wine that I still have gotten wrong.
I suppose
At least you did.
Okay. Switch.
a switch.
Last
This
time this gave me
switch
a
again.
penalty.
That was...
But
It's
I'm
fine.
just gonna skip ahead. We've already done
Oh.
this.
the light has...
Okay, we also need to see what's going
It's
on
a
with the pot.
pot. It appears to be some kind of green curry.
Maybe a soybean stew?
It might also be boiled green juice.
Yeah, like a slime.
A turtle ninja could leap out at any moment.
Wear, drink, smell, heat. We're gonna go with heat just because it's the least punishing one, even though I don't think it's right.
It doesn't turn on. Is it broken?
See the phone over there? Call the manufacturer.
Okay. Do you think they make dream house calls?
I do not.
Okay.
A pot with green soup.
We smell again, don't we?
Roger.
Smelling works.
It smells
What kind of smell?
like a gutter.
All right, sniff it one more time. Relax, you shouldn't be able to smell it anyway. You're just thinking that there's a smell.
I see. You're right. It's horrible.
Okay, so
Agent Date, you've got 4 minutes.
There is some...
all of those will take too long. Go to the books. See if there's anything that works with this.
A book.
You know what? 12 seconds isn't that bad of a penalty. We'll read this one.
F became an assassin for the Kumakuras. Rohan himself bestowed F a code name.
So these books are
That
just
name
what
is
he already told
Falco.
us.
Falco.
A book.
Alright, let's use the smaller penalty, or the smaller fragment for that.
I wonder what these books symbolize.
It's a fake
I don't
history.
know. Maybe he used to oversee a library?
Number 89. A librarian. A book.
Might as well. Let's use one more.
F stands against evildoers and brings them harsh justice.
Guy sounds like Judge Dredd.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Bad thing.
Yes.
Oh god, Date. Does the Abyss cop car have a Punisher skull on it too?
A book.
Is that the kind of cop you are, bud? Whatever. Let's tear this up.
Here I go. What happened?
Nothing.
What is that? Ah!
It's an eye.
Jesus.
Date, what are we going to do?
Ignore. So far, ignoring has been the call. That's absolutely not ignoring it, but...
A piercing stare.
Yeah, it is.
I passed out when it looked at me.
Jesus Christ.
You have 3 minutes, Date.
Pour lemon juice. No, we'll close the curtain. I don't like this at all. Oh, it walked away.
It left.
Oh. That's so fucking stupid. Okay.
That eye.
Do you know something about it?
Yes. It was kinda cute.
You are insane.
Yeah. There she is.
What? That's...
Hitomi? It's Hitomi.
I think which one of these is also like actually worth the reward that you get from you.
Where?
Well, maybe her...
Not...
Her stomach, right?
Yeah. It's not like I'm touching her.
She's extremely hard. Perhaps due to her being stationary?
She's not.
What did you say?
That she is stationary?
No, before that.
That she's hard.
She's hard?
Hitomi is hard right now?
Got
it. That's useful information. Let's keep that in mind.
Date, you're going to fucking jail.
Wait, I forgot. What's Hitomi's condition right now? I totally lost it.
Could you stop messing around? Or would you like me to crush you with this vice?
Hey, relax. I was kidding.
Okay. Alright, Hitomi.
It's Hitomi?
Let's try this.
What?
Kiss her.
You... Like this? But why?
You are like one of my limbs, Aiba.
Yes.
Like an alter ego. An incarnation of me to kiss Hitomi.
Okay, no, that wasn't why I was doing it.
Yes.
I was just...
Then it's like me kissing Hitomi, right?
No, I didn't mean to do it in a creepy way. I thought because we're in the dream, maybe that would, I don't know, trigger the reaction because he was supposed to be dating her.
You sure? Because that was making my heart rate rise. And another part of me, too.
Could it just be only your heart, please?
This feels gross. I feel bad. I'm so sorry, Hitomi.
2 minutes. Hurry.
What's in this
A book?
Either one of these is kind of a waste of either of the good ones that I have.
A floor lamp.
Sure, we'll turn it off.
Easier said than done. I do not see a switch anywhere. Or any kind of power supply.
Really? Come on, look harder. Where's your motivation?
I cannot find it.
I don't know what I expected her to do there, but I wasn't
A floor lamp.
trying to juke out the lamp. Okay. I think the only one we haven't done is grab, so...
Are you sure?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is this okay?
Looks okay.
Wait, there's a skull there. What the fuck?
A book.
Okay, we're gonna read the book first.
The smile and kind words of a woman. Sounds like
Okay.
you, Date.
No, not at all.
Really?
The nourishment is temporary. Then I go and check my wallet and it hits me.
Oh, I see. You are talking about that cabaret girl again.
Stop! Don't remind me.
A book.
Let's... Fuck it.
Ah! What is this going to accomplish?
We're driving number 89 into a corner.
By tearing a book.
Yeah. I remember how shocked I felt when Mizuki tore up one of them.
Why did Mizuki find one of
ornaments I was
those?
hiding.
That situation was clearly different.
I don't... Oh, hey.
What?
Okay, well, first of all, another book. Sure.
Falco was in a bind. The rest is marked.
But I want to know what happened.
Yeah, he's hiding that from us, obviously.
A book.
Tear up this one.
A green book. That seems familiar.
I do not think there is any relation to this.
All right.
Green book?
Guess it's nothing then.
That is such a bizarre reference for this game to make. I love that so much.
A skull.
Fucking green.
I do not see the body.
It has its left eye gouged out. The fact that Kiss is the only one that doesn't come with a reward makes me think that actually probably is the right one. So,
I must be malfunctioning. You want me to do what?
Just give it a little kissy.
I am seriously getting tired of your bone fetish.
that wasn't what it...
No reaction.
Oh, but that was exciting.
Date!
I do not need your report, thank you.
I'm going to murder...
A
I assumed that
skull.
because it didn't have a reward, that it must be
I
the...
do not see the...
Hey. Sure, let's throw it.
Would that not be disrespectful to the dead?
We're
Dead.
past that.
It's a hunk of calcium.
Also, you already kissed
Alright.
it, so...
Sorry about this.
Oh, hey, they turned normal.
Whose skull was this?
Unknown. I also cannot determine the connection to number 89. What?
Who's that?
It's the eyeball again, isn't it?
What do I do?
Oh, we don't have the time for any of this. Lock, I guess. Fuck! Oh god, that scared the shit out of me. Wasn't sure what... Wait.
No! Stop!
Wait.
Stop right there!
What the fuck are you doing here? Yeah, these dream sequences are just Date being fucking insane. Yeah, also, yeah, everyone outside can see that he's being a creep. I don't know, this could be what happened to her. I thought that she died when she got shot, but she might not have died from that. That might have just been her taking an arm injury. Okay, day 4, Monday.
Date, this is a serious matter.
Where's Boss?
Huh?
Boss, where is she?
I don't know. I haven't seen her since about noon.
Damn it.
Well, she's
Date,
dead.
listen. Something happened while you were in Somnium.
Huh?
Please stay calm and listen.
Oh.
So Sejima's body was discovered.
Oh. Gotta be honest, that's like the last person I thought
He
was
was
gonna die
cut
here.
into pieces and put inside a vase in his mansion.
Oh shit.
That can't be.
The housekeeper found him and reported it to the police.
That's...
And one more thing. So was missing his left eye.
You mean the Cyclops killer did it?
Probably, yes.
What is your next move, Date?
We'll deal with So later. Before that, I need to talk to Boss.
I suggest checking her office.
Good idea.
If Boss isn't dead, I'm going to be so surprised. Okay, she's not here again.
Not here. Where is she?
The Somnium earlier was just like the dream I had 3 days ago.
What the hell is going on? What is going on? Hitomi was shot by Rohan Kumakura? To protect number 89?
I am... And there's another thing I can't figure out.
Boss. Why was Boss there? Because it was a dream? Was it completely random?
Wouldn't make sense.
No, that can't be. You can't dream of a face you've never seen. Number 89 must know Boss somehow.
I mean, she was working the case, but there's a serious secret Boss is hiding it. I have to search this room. There must be a clue somewhere. Maybe the posters, no clues there. Map, I don't think there are any secrets on the map. Public door bath curtain. I mean, like, she was working the case, presumably, but like... Tombstone.
Damn it, Boss. Hiding something from me.
Yeah,
I
I'm
could
not gonna
beat her
stop
over the
that.
head with that tombstone.
That's a little bit
Boss loves her wine. Maybe she got drunk and went to Hitomi's house for some reason.
You sound drunk yourself.
Actually, this would be a pretty fun cliffhanger to leave it off on. I might just do that. Because yeah, the chapter just ended, so... We'll pick it up as a nail biter tomorrow, or whenever we play this next. You know what? If you hadn't said anything, I would have kept going, but I'm realizing I don't want this to turn into another 999 where I go for 7 hours. So, trying to exercise some self-restraint. So that's going to be the end of AI Somnium Files for today.